to manage the affairs of our beloved city. Fill us, O God, with a spirit of unity and understanding, which enables us to face our multiple problems with a serene mind, with justice and charity for all, so that any and all decisions made by us will always be for the betterment and greater happiness of all our fellow citizens. So help us God. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, can we start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance, please?
Alderman O'Brien.
Present.
Alderman Gregg.
Here.
Alderman Moran.
Here.
Alderman Thibodeau.
Here.
Alderman Govea.
I am here. I am on Zoom tonight as I'm traveling for the holidays. I'm in the room alone. I can hear everybody.
Alderman Lopez. Alderman Sullivan. Here. Alderman Clemens.
Here.
Alderman Senate.
Here.
Alderman Jetty.
Here.
Alderman Tebow.
Here.
Alderman Clee.
Here.
Alderman Dowd.
Yes, I'm attending via Zoom this evening. I developed a stomach bug today and didn't want anybody else to catch it, so I can hear everyone and I'm in the room alone.
Alderwoman Kelly.
Here.
Alderman Wilshire.
Here.
14 present, 1 absent.
Thank you. The mayor is not here to address the board this evening, but there are some remarks I'd like to make. Last couple of meetings, or meetings over the last few weeks, there's been some conduct among the board that I really hope was a one-and-done thing. You know, we owe it to each other. We owe it to the people that we represent in this city to be civil and to be kind to each other. So I'm just throwing it out there. It's pretty general, but I'm hoping we can follow through with that. Thank you. I'm not going to ask for responses to my remarks. Recognition period.
I am here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I am so sorry. The mayor is not here. However, Corporation Counsel Bolton is here this evening. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Okay, recognition period.
Recognition of outgoing aldermen.
So tonight we're going to start over here with Alderman Govea, who's not here, but wanted to know that we appreciate the service that you provided on the Board of Aldermen to the constituents of Ward 1 and wish you the very best. Thank you, Todd.
Thank you.
Alderman Jay. Thank you very much for your many years on board and for your wise and not always appreciated comments. Always. Thank you very much, Alderman Jay. It's been a pleasure to serve with, and you know the constituents in Ward 5 appreciate you guys doing right there, Alderman. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
May I invite my family?
Absolutely.
And my best friend, Representative Doley, Ward 5, and the godfather of my oldest daughter, Summer.
How come I didn't know you were his friend?
She does.
It's not something I like to brag about.
I mean,
Yeah, I know, exactly.
One of the best attorneys in the state of Mass and New Hampshire, and soon Washington.
So I would like to thank you, Alderman Moran, for the years of service that you've put in the board, all the work that you've done, chairing PEDC. You've been a very good alderman, and thank you for sharing your beautiful family with us.
Thank you, and thank you for being a very respected president of the Board of Aldermen during my term. I appreciate that very much.
Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Alderman Thibodeau.
No, it's fine.
Alderman Thibodeau, thank you so much. Appreciate serving with you on this board. I love your tie. I think you went for the best tie tonight. You want to turn so I can get it done? I'll send it to you. Thank you, Alderman Thibodeau. I know the constituents in Ward 6 appreciated having you to serve them here in the elementary. Thank you very much. And sadly, last but not least, we have flag here for Alderman Timmons. As we all know, is no longer with us, but she served very admirably. She was a very, very good advocate for her constituents and was sorely missed. We'll make sure that her family gets this. Reading minutes of previous meetings, there being no objection, I'll declare the minutes of the regular and special Board of Aldermen meetings of September 23rd and December 11th, 2025 be accepted, placed on file, and the reading suspended. Communications requiring only procedural actions and written reports from liaisons.
Communication has been received from Sam Durfee, AICP Planning Manager, regarding referral from Board of Aldermen on Resolution R-25-221 relative to tax deeded property auction. Communication has been received from Jill Stansfield, Parking Manager, regarding introduction of technical memorandum on proposed amendment to Zone 1 parking meter hours. Communication has been received from Jill Stansfield, Parking Manager, regarding parking enforcement hours, policy consistency, and long-term planning. Communication has been received from Jill Stansfield, Parking Manager, regarding communication relative to parking enterprise fund and transition of operations to parking expendable trust fund. Communication has been received from Laurie Wilshire, President, Board of Aldermen, regarding calling a special Board of Aldermen meeting on Tuesday, January 13th, 2026, relative to capital project planning.
There being no objection, I'll accept the communications and place them on file. Period for public comment relative to items expected to be acted upon this evening. We have two people signed up. The first is Paula Johnson.
Good evening. My name is Paula Johnson. I still live at 15 Westbourne Drive here in Nashua. I'm looking forward to working with the remaining board and any new members in January. I think it's going to be an interesting board. I'm talking about Ordinance 25-076. I really watched that meeting today and listened to it completely. I don't have a problem with the dwellings of 980 square feet, because when we thought we were going to move to Florida, I could only do like 750 square feet, and that would have been too small for two people. I think 980 is a pretty good compromise. 1,200 square feet is almost like the size of a basement. So, you know, is that with the existing dwelling? That's not bad. But when I was listening about Concord Street properties, and I was just saying to Alderman Jetty, there could have been an amendment to the amendment that in the Concord North End area, that might be the only area that you would be able to exceed more, because then it would be more in the character of the neighborhood than like where I live. So I think that has to be really considered on how much more space you want to give into certain neighborhoods. But I think that at least 980 square feet for the dwelling, for the ADU, I think is a good compromise, and I think we need it at this point in time. Is it going to help people move in to homes, apartments that's going to be lower in rent? Come on, let's be honest here. We have a problem, and it's called affordable rents. And there's no such thing as affordable rents. You have to bring jobs into the city. We have to get better paying jobs in order to be able to afford. And I was just looking online, and I'm seeing more development in Artisan Street. So you're talking about another development that's probably coming in, and that isn't going to be affordable housing. Those are luxury apartments. Come on. So what are we really talking about here with the board? We keep talking about we need affordable homes, but that we're not building affordable apartments. They're talking one bedroom and some 2 bedrooms and 1 studio. That's how I saw it online today. I just happened to be looking at Redfin to see what properties are up for sale and land. So, you know, let's be honest. We're going to put a Band-Aid on again. What we really need to do Bradshaw property, we're going to do housing. NIMCO, we're doing housing. What about the jobs? And we talk about how come one of the...
30 seconds.
I can't remember the shoe store, shoe company. They went to Londonderry. Why aren't we bringing them to Nashua and having them with better jobs? So we're not. So let's be honest about affordable housing. Thank you.
Next speaker, Tim Cummings.
Yes, good evening. Tim Cummings, Director of Administrative Services. I just wanted to come up this evening and apologize. I believe there was a little bit of a kerfuffle last night. I was not in Nashua. I wasn't working yesterday, and so I missed the meeting. I just wanted to apologize to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Communications requiring final approval.
None.
Petitions.
None.
Nominations, appointments, and elections.
None.
Reports of committees. There being no objection, I'll declare the report of the November 5th, 2025 joint meeting on the Committee on Infrastructure and the Police Commission be accepted and placed on file. There being no objection, I'll declare the report of the August 28th, 2025 joint meeting of the Committee on Infrastructure and the Board of Public Works be accepted and placed on file. There being no objection, I will suspend the rules to allow for the oral reports of the Budget Review Committee meeting held Monday night regarding proposed resolutions R-25-225 and R-25-229 and R-25-231. Alderman Dowd.
Yes, we addressed 3 different resolutions last night. The first was our 25-225 Memorandum of Understanding for the holiday coverage at the wastewater treatment plant. That passed unanimously and recommend final approval to the full board. The second was our 25-229, and that involved charitable gaming revenue to be used for the Lead Street Playground, and I believe that went forward with no recommendation, and Director Cummings will be able to speak to that when it comes forward. And then our 25-231, designing the pedestrian bridge, that failed in committee. It's still in committee. It will require a motion to bring it out of committee. And City Engineer Dan Hudson is here to explain and answer the questions that came up last night that the board had.
Thank you. Confirmation of mayor's appointments.
None.
Unfinished business resolutions.
Second reading of R-25-221 relative to tax deeded property auction.
Alderman Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion to amend R-25-221 by replacing it with the goldenrod copy of amendments made at the Committee on Infrastructure by roll call. Please, could I speak to it?
Alderman Sullivan.
Thank you. What you see in front of you, what we did at Infrastructure a couple of weeks back is we removed one property. So you will not see a commercial property on there, 35 to 41 East Hollis Street. That is a commercial property. So that was on the original resolution. Director Sullivan let us know that there were negotiations being made and to remove that from the resolution, so we took that off.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. Is there discussion on the motion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien.
Yes.
Alderman Gregg.
Yes.
Alderman Moran.
Yes.
Alderman Thibodeau.
Yes.
Alderman Govea.
Yes.
Alderman Sullivan.
Yes.
Alderman Clements.
Yes.
Alderman Senate.
Yes.
Alderman Jettie.
Yes.
Alderman Tebow.
Yes.
Alderman Clee.
Yes.
Alderman Dowd.
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly.
Yes.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes.
14 yeas, 0 nays.
That motion carries. Alderman Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to make a motion for final passage of R-25-221 as amended by roll call.
You've heard the motion. Is there discussion on the motion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien.
Yes.
Alderman Gregg.
Yes.
Alderman Moran.
Yes.
Alderman Thibodeau.
Yes.
Alderman Govea.
Yes.
Alderman Sullivan.
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons.
Nay.
Alderman Senate.
Yes.
Alderman Jettie.
Yes.
Alderman Tebow.
Yes.
Alderman Clee.
Yes.
Alderman Dowd.
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly.
Yes.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes.
13 yeas, 1 nay.
And that motion carries, and Resolution 25-221 is declared duly adopted as amended.
Second reading of R-25-225, approving the cost items of a memorandum of agreement between the City of Nashua Board of Public Works and AFSCME Council 93 Local 365 regarding wastewater treatment facility, holiday coverage, and pay.
Alderman Dowd.
I'd like to make a motion for final passage of R 25-225 by roll call. That passed the Budget Committee last night unanimously, and Director Boucher was here to give us an overview, and I think he answered all the questions that came up, and suggest that we pass this evening.
You've heard the motion. Is there discussion on the motion? Alderman Thibodeau.
I just had a question for Mr. Boucher. If all of the double time hours are utilized, is that the figure that was budgeted for salary for that department?
Yes, it's 12 to 13,000.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Further discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien.
Yes.
Alderman Gregg.
Yeah, yes.
Alderman Moran.
Yes.
Alderman Thibodeau.
Yes.
Alderman Govea.
Yes.
Alderman Sullivan.
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons.
Yes.
Alderman Senate.
Yes.
Alderman Jettie.
Yes.
Alderman Tebow.
Yes.
Alderman Clee.
Yes.
Alderman Dowd.
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly.
Yes.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes.
14 yeas, 0 nays.
That motion carries, and Resolution 25-225 is declared duly adopted.
Second reading of R-25-226, relative to the acceptance of $25,000 from the United States Department of Homeland Security and the State of New Hampshire Department of Safety into Fire Department Grant Activity 2025 Homeland Security Grant Program Hazmat Training.
Alderman Senate.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to make a motion for final passage of R 25-226 by roll call.
You've heard the motion. Is there discussion on that motion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien.
Yes.
Alderman Gregg.
Yes.
Alderman Moran.
Yes.
Alderman Thibodeau.
No.
Alderman Govea.
Yes.
Alderman Sullivan.
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons.
Yes.
Alderman Senate.
Yes.
Alderman Jettie.
Yes.
Alderman Tebow.
Yes.
Alderman Clee.
Yes.
Alderman Dowd.
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly.
Yes.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes.
13 yeas, 1 nay.
That motion carries, and Resolution 25-226 is declared duly adopted.
Second reading of R-25-227, relative to the acceptance of $150,800 from the United States Department of Homeland Security and the State of New Hampshire Department of Safety into Fire Department Grant Activity 2025 Homeland Security Grant Program Chemical Analysis Meter.
Alderwoman Kelly.
Thank you. I'd like to move for final passage of R 25-227 by roll call.
Motion is for final passage. Is there discussion on that motion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien.
Yes.
Alderman Gregg.
Yes.
Alderman Moran.
Yes.
Alderman Thibodeau.
No.
Alderman Govea.
Yes.
Alderman Sullivan.
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons.
Yes.
Alderman Senate.
Yes.
Alderman Jettie.
Yes.
Alderman Tebow.
Yes.
Alderman Clee.
Yes.
Alderman Dowd. Alderman Dowd. He's muted.
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly.
Yes.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes.
13 yeas, 1 nay.
That motion carries, and Resolution 25-227 is declared duly adopted.
Second reading of R-25-228, authorizing the mayor to enter into 3 vehicle towing services contracts with DNR Towing, Broadside Collision Centers LLC, and First Priority Automotive and Towing.
Alderman Clay.
Thank you, Madam President. I motion for final passage of 25-228 by roll call, please.
You've heard the motion. Is there discussion on that motion? Seeing none, will the clerk call the roll, please?
Alderman O'Brien.
Yes.
Alderman Gregg.
Yes.
Alderman Moran.
Yes.
Alderman Thibodeau.
Yes.
Alderman Govea.
Yes.
Alderman Sullivan.
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons.
Yes.
Alderman Senate.
Yes.
Alderman Jettie.
Yes.
Alderman Tebow.
Yes.
Alderman Clee.
Yes.
Alderman Dowd.
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly.
Yes.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes.
14 yeas, 0 nays.
That motion carries, and Resolution 25-228 is declared duly adopted.
Second reading of R-25-229 regarding future charitable gaming revenue in the Ledge Street School Playground.
Alderman Tebow.
I'd like to make a motion for final passage of R-25-229 by roll call.
Did this get referred to the full board last night?
Yeah.
With no recommendation.
With no recommendation? Okay. So the motion is for final passage by Alderman Tebow. Discussion on that motion. Alderman Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Madam President. At our meeting last night, there were some questions that we had, and we were hoping that we might be able to get some resolution before we pass this resolution. I was wondering if maybe, I did see Director Cummings in the audience. I'm wondering if we might be able to have him come up and explain this.
Director Cummings?
Yes, good evening. Tim Cummings, Director of Administrative Services, for the record. I'm not exactly sure what the questions at hand may be, but just a quick overview of the legislation. This legislation is non-binding, it's aspirational. There would need to be a supplemental piece of legislation during the new session if we wanted to do something binding. This piece of legislation is essentially geared towards trying to move a project forward that there's a need for, the Ledge Street Playground. It was identified. It's my understanding earlier in the year there was this thought of doing a public-private partnership with the Boys and Girls Club. That did not move forward. We still understand that there's this need. We had this additional revenue coming into the city from the new state law that was passed, where we have gaming monies coming into the city. We identified that as a source of funds as a way to finance the project.
Alderman Sullivan.
Thank you. And I'm wondering, maybe through you to Corporation Counsel, there was some question last night. We understand we're getting money from the casino, and then we would appropriate that to this project. There was kind of the larger question of why we needed this resolution in the first place, because there's no money to go against it, and the question was, once we know what the amount is, at that point, we would have a resolution to allocate the funds, accept the funds, and allocate the funds to the specific project. We're just curious why we had this resolution.
Well, you're not legally required to. I think the thinking was that if it was identified that this 7-day period and the city was going to get 30% of the net revenue from gaming at the first casino, subject to this, that if it was identified as going to the Ledge Street Playground, perhaps people who were interested in improving that playground would be inclined to maybe visit the casino during that week, and the proceeds would accordingly be higher. So you don't have to, but it may entice some people and you get more revenue.
Yeah.
You all set, Alderman Sullivan?
I think so.
I have a question about the casinos and the revenue. Now, the 30 or 35% that the city gets, when do we start getting that, and do we get it from both casinos?
Yeah, the new law that was passed that takes effect, whenever it takes effect, but soon, requires anywhere from 7 to 10 days be given to the municipality in which the casino is located. And typically, you get the money about a week later, a week after your week has occurred.
My experience has been a little bit longer, but does that include both casinos?
We get 7 days, or between 7 and 10 days from each of the two.
From each?
Yes, but not the same week.
Right.
Different weeks or different 10-day slots.
And I guess my next question is for Director Cummings. Have we received any money yet, and when do we expect to, and which casino goes first, and do they both have to give money this year or for 2025?
Yes, thank you. Again, Tim Cummings, Director of Administrative Services. We have not received any money yet. We are essentially eligible to receive monies from both the gaming facilities. As Corporation Counsel indicated, it's between 7 and 10 days. And just one point of clarification, I've been told by the various casinos that there'll be about a 30 to 45-day delay before we receive the monies. And that's part of the reason for that is because they have to work with the state agency to ensure that everything, all the paperwork is in order. So we have 1 week right now. We have another week in January. I would anticipate we would have monies by mid to end of February.
Okay. Alderman Clemmons?
So, question for Director Cummings, actually. Was the intention of this resolution to use the charitable gaming revenue from both weeks at both casinos, or is just only one?
Director Cummings?
Yes, just one. The Gate City, I believe, is what the thought process is. And then we would receive a separate check, if you will, from the Nash.
And so when is the Gate City one?
Now, this week.
It's this week, okay. Thank you. I do have one other point.
Alderman Clemmons?
My other point is, if we and I want the future aldermen to think about the aldermen who are continuing to think about this. If we pass this tonight, then when the money comes to appropriate this to the playground, please don't vote no against the playground, especially if we as a city are asking people to come to the casino to spend some money and time, and they knowing that this is what it's going to. So if you think that you might change your mind later, please just vote no.
Alderman Clemmons, I think what happened last night was that there was no one here to answer any of the questions that we have, whether it goes to Ledge Street Playground or some other nonprofit or 501c3. That was the issue that we had last night.
No, I understand what the issue was last night. I'm saying, though, knowing that explanation, if you still feel like you may not want, please just vote no. That's what I'm asking.
Alderman Sennett and then Alderman Klee. Alderwoman Kelly.
Thank you, Madam President. Question for Director Cummings, just for clarification's purposes, because it was suggested last night that failure to pass this tonight would prevent us or prohibit us from being able to use the funds for the Ledge Street Playground in a future instance. I just wanted to publicly clarify for the record, through you to Director Cummings, that that is not the case.
That's a legal question.
Oh, I'm
That
sorry.
is not the case.
Thank you, Attorney Bolton.
So the city would receive the money regardless of what?
And you can use it for whatever you want.
Correct. Okay.
Any legal expenditure.
Okay. Thank you. Alderwoman Kelly.
Yeah, so the tenor of the conversation last night was more about process, how this came forward, no one being there to talk about it. So my question through you to Corporation Counsel, I know this is a fairly new law in the state. Is there anything in the way it was written that tells us how we have to decide where it goes, or are we pretty open to do it for anything?
It's revenue to the city.
Okay, so we as the aldermen can decide where it goes. Thank you.
Any lawful purpose of expenditure, this could be used for, just like any other revenue.
Well, last night, we kind of got the hurry up and pass this because this is the last meeting of the year, and if we don't do something tonight, the money's may go away. So we weren't comfortable with that last night, those of us who were at the budget meeting. Alderman Jettie.
Thank you. So, I can clarify some of the questions that were asked, because today I spoke to Valerie King, who is the Director of Enforcement at the Gaming Commission, if that's the right title, I'm not sure. But she clarified that, so the Gate City Casino, they're giving us 7 days, and it's required by law. The legislature passed a law in May of 2024 that requires game operators to provide 1 week or between no less than 7, no more than 10 days where we are treated like a charity. So we get a share of the profits for that week or that that period, 7 or 10 days. She said that Gate City is allocated this week. It started last night, the 22nd, and it'll run for 7 days. The money at the end of the month, they have 15 days to pay that money. So the money that's raised this week at the Gate City Casino, our share will be paid January 15th. The Nash Casino has dedicated January 1 through January 7 for the city. And that money will be received approximately February 15th, so 15 days after the close of the month, she said. She also indicated that the reason that this was passed to provide the host community, to kind of reimburse the host community for the expenses that the host community has to spend as a result of hosting the casino. So, for example, increased police presence, traffic control, additions, things of that nature. One of the byproducts of gaming is that some people get addicted to it, and that causes problems for them and their families, and the city has to, in some ways, take care of those problems. So that was the purpose of this money, to reimburse the community, the host community, for the additional expenses incurred as a result of hosting a casino. There is no restriction, so the city can do anything it wants with it, as Corporation Counsel pointed out. We can put it in our general fund, and we can spend it however we feel appropriate. There's no obligation to give it to a charitable organization, a 501c3, or anything like that. She also pointed out that, I asked, this law was passed in May of 2024. Why have we not received anything so far? And she said, well, like a lot of things the legislature does, no offense, It's complicated. There's apparently another law that 280, so this law that requires game operators to provide annually a minimum of 7, not more than 10 days for the benefit of the city, that's 287-D:4-A. There's another law, 287:D, Section 14, subparagraph 22, subparagraph A, which says that a facilities licensee shall not award any game dates to a municipality if a charitable organization is available and wishes to utilize the facility on those dates. So she said that presents a conflict, and that they are proposing legislation that's going before the legislature this term, so hopefully our legislative delegation will watch that and make sure that it's made clear that we're entitled to 7 to 10 days from each operator, annually, and to avoid that conflict. So in a way, we are lucky that Gate City is giving us a week. So that's in that regard. So during the meeting last night, I said, that I pointed out to the Budget Committee that I felt uncomfortable the way that that this came about, that the Ledge Street Playground got singled out to receive this money. We don't know how much money is going to come. I did see that last year during this week, Granite State YMCA was the beneficiary of this week from Gate City Casino, and they received $143,996. That doesn't mean that that's going to be generated this week, but that's what happened last year. I felt that there were the city has a lot of needs. Number one, it does cost us money to host these casinos, and so number one, we ought to be looking at just putting it in the general fund and reimbursing ourselves for those expenses. But number two, there are a lot of needs that the city has. We had the whole homeless situation where we were told about how much we needed to open up a warming station, and we need to there's a great need for a resource center, and the money that's going to cost. We were told over and over again that the answer to homelessness is more housing. We've got a housing trust fund that needs more money. And the other thing is we have a committee, a Citizens Advisory Committee, which is charged with allocating money that we receive mainly from the federal government, the Community Development Block Grant money. And as the president pointed out, the city also contributes to that. And this committee, which is composed of 7 people, 4 nominated by the mayor, 2 by the president, and 1 is a member of is an alderman, a member of the Human Affairs Committee. They solicit applications from charitable organizations in the city those applications were opened or began to be received November 21st. They close on January 12th. So those applications are currently being prepared and submitted, and this committee is going to review those applications. They're going to, vet them. They're going to question the organizations, and then they select, from those applications who they think, who should get the money and how much they're going to get. The amount that we've been able to provide, has dwindled over the years under the current situation with the current administration and cutting back on HUD funds. There's going to be probably even less money available. So that's another possibility. And I'm not saying that the Ledge Street Playground is not a worthy project, but if that playground, and I believe it does, needs to be rehabilitated, then either the school department ought to put it in their budget, or the park department from the Department of Public Works ought to put it in their budget, and they ought to come before the budget committee and explain why they need that money for that purpose. I don't know, maybe the school department thinks that they need more money for other things, like special education, school lunches, school breakfasts. I don't know. I don't know why they haven't pushed this forward. Maybe the Board of Public, Department of Public Works doesn't think that this park is of top priority. I don't know. But I think that this money, that we ought to look at the whole picture. We shouldn't just be, picking a particular project. And, out of, the mayor picked this program and he put it into this resolution. And I just think, we're getting the money anyway. The money is coming to us, whatever amount it is. And I think the next board, ought to, think about all of those things and decide, if the Ledge Street Playground should be rehabilitated, then, if that's a priority, then, make that a priority and figure out how we're going to pay for it out of the budget. But I think we ought to look at all the different needs of the city and not just pick something, at the last minute like this. And so that's why I was against last night's, the resolution that's before us, and I'm still going to vote against it. I think that, more vetting ought to be done, more projects ought to be considered, and if this one rises to the top, fine. I'm all in favor of help, I have nothing against Ledge Street. That's where kids from my ward go to school. But I don't know, what their needs are. There's nobody from the school that came to speak to us. Nobody from the school department, nobody from the parks department. So to just pick this one project out of the many needs, I just think is the wrong way to approach this. And so that's why I voted for it. I didn't have a vote last night, but I spoke against it, and I'm going to vote against it tonight. Thank you.
Greg?
Thank you, Madam President. So I have had the opportunity to actually go to Ledge Street, see the playground that we're talking about there, and understand the needs that they have there, and the really large lack of any resources that they've had. They've run into brick walls over and over in trying to get this done. This is a school that has, I believe, the highest number of students, also some of the highest needs. There's not a better investment that we can have in a city than giving these kids an outlet and a safe place to play. Right now, that playground floods all the time. It's also an interesting situation where it's on public property. It's on something that is taken care of by Public Works, but it's very even complicated there. Boys and Girls Club said they were going to work with them to get this done. That didn't happen. It's up to the PTO, which is pretty non-existent from what I understand at that particular school. This is a school that just doesn't have anything. There are kids there that don't see green spaces other than when they get to go to school. There is no better investment we can make. I think in the current financial situation that we have our constituents saying, get creative. You know, don't make our taxes go up. We start putting something like this into the budget, that's what we're going to start talking about. This is an investment in our future because these kids in this school need this. So I think this is actually, you know, the community, the gaming funds really are there to help enrich the community. Yes, it's for the fees and that's why they're giving it to us, but really the style of having them give to charities and stuff is to enrich the community. This is a solid investment in our future by giving it to this playground. Would I like to see some vetting as we go forward and like how we structure this and organize this because we do have a lot of needs? Yes, but right out of the gate, I can't think of a more worthy or a more honorable cause to give this first one to.
Alderman Moran?
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, to my colleague at large, to my left. And I understand the foundations of the expressions of concern from my other colleagues as well, not to devalue those. But recently I was reminded by a colleague of mine in the field of social work to advocate also with research. And we just heard it here, the lack of green space, the lack of resources, the lack of a PTO. There are some PTOs that have significant funding and support based on the community that they're in, all designed by zoning. I'm actually involved in a research study that I will be published, and as part of Nashua as part of that, and I will discuss that when I'm no longer an alderman. But what Alderman Gregg just said is exactly what we're doing, myself and the other researchers and other academic and practitioners in the field. What we need to do is weigh the social needs of the few to lift them up so then they can build that PTO, they can build those additional resources. I understand the complexities of what Alderman Jetty is saying because he is a lawyer and he gets it as well from the other side, and that he makes valid points. But at the end of the day, the economy of the lower social class and the kids who need that playground outweighs those other more historically ingrained since the dawn of the 20th century, the Industrial Revolution, the safety zoning, as it were, had also led to red line districting, race, social class segregation. What my colleague to my left just nailed it, and that is why I'll support this at the end of the day, despite the valid and professional concerns from my colleague in Ward 5.
Alderman Clee?
Thank you, Madam President. I agree with basically everything that's been said here tonight. We do need to request a better vetting system and not just be, I think this particular one, and if I'm incorrect, Attorney Bolton or Director Cummings can correct me, I don't think there was a lot of heads up given that we were giving these dates and so on. And I do agree that the best way to get people there is to tell them what they're gaming for. It's kind of like when restaurants, like, you know, some of the pizza places or so on would say, come here these days and you buy a dinner or lunch or something, and 10% is going to go to this charity. You go there. I think this is really, I think, kind of, while they may have gotten more money, sometimes it's a rough week because a lot of people are out of town. Yes, maybe people are visiting and off work and so on, but I don't know why this particular week was given, but I don't think we were given a lot of heads up about it. So to be able to say to people, if you go there, this money's going to go to the Ledge Street playground and so on, it may get some of those that want to support that to go there that maybe never been to the casino. I don't know what motivates people to go there, but I do think that we have to look at this playground. It's in an area that is needed desperately. I hope that, maybe the future one that was talked about, we can look at vetting, figure out how the process goes, works with the mayor's office and the mayor, Director Cummings and Attorney Bolton and so on, to see how we can create legislation and so on. But I really think it's important that we push this forward, just to say to the people, this money is going to go there. So when you're there, you're kind of somewhat donating to this fund. And to Alderman at Large Clemens' comments about, if you vote for this tonight and you're still here on the board, please carry it forward. And if you don't, then so be it. Maybe you'll change your mind later, I don't know, but I do hope this does pass. I hope that just because we were bypassed, I will not say we weren't, that we don't punish this particular program. And I think everybody here, whether they speak for it or against it, is for the Ledge Street playground. So I do want to make sure that there's no bad guys in any of this conversation. So thank you.
Alderwoman Kelly, and then I'm going to ask Director Cummings to weigh in.
Thank you. I'm still a solid no on this, and it's not because I think the kids don't deserve a playground. I think they 100% do, but I think we've gotten into this bad habit of not doing the work in the committees, not showing up to explain it, and doing things at the last minute and then expecting us to just push it forward. And I don't think that is fair or fiscally responsible for the city. We can still give the money to this playground in January. We don't need to do this right now. And I don't think we vetted the process. We weren't told why or how it was chosen. And what does that mean for next time? Can everybody now come and say, well, you gave it to Ledge Street last year, so now we want it? I just don't think it was the proper channels. And I know I sound like the older alderman in the room at this point, but it's become a habit, and I don't think it's a good habit. And I ran into Heather Reedman at the grocery store today, and I said, I can't wait to help make sure that this playground happens, because we did talk in the budget committee about inequities. The PTO at Ledge Street School is not the same as Maine Dunstable, right? And what does that do? And she had some ideas too, and they've been talking about it at the Board of Education. But I just feel like this is a December 23rd. If you don't vote against this, you're voting against, kids having a nice playground, and I don't think that's the appropriate way to go.
Director Cummings?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Again, Tim Cummings, Director of Administrative Services. I just wanted to come up and confirm a couple of the statements made. We weren't giving a lot of time. We found out about this, I would say, mid-fall. And during the month of October, I worked really hard to put us in a place to be able to receive the money with the dates that were available and told to us. And we had to get all this paperwork in order so we could be the beneficiary of these revenues. I hear the board loud and clear. I think we should recognize, and I acknowledge, that this is not the best process. And I think what folks should try to remember is this is new. And as we move forward, we will improve upon this process. And so I submit that to you all this evening, so you can have that, and I can think the next time around we will do it better as this process evolves. Second part I just wanted to mention is this was somewhat of a trial balloon. We wanted to float this by the body, which is what this legislation does. There'll be a second piece of legislation that actually addresses some of the concerns that were raised by some members of the Board of Aldermen, where you'll have a department come in and speak to the specifics. We're just looking for some direction tonight to make sure that this is a worthy project. We believe it is. This was something that started 6-9 months ago with a public-private partnership that unfortunately didn't advance, and we're just recognizing that this is an issue and we're trying to solve it. Thank you.
Alderman Senate.
Thank you, Madam President. I voted to send this with no recommendation last night because of the points articulated by my colleague at large. And, I still feel the same way, and I still feel stuck to my guns in that respect. If anybody really wants to call me on that and suggest that, I really don't care for the kids at Ledge Street and I don't care if they get a playground or not, I'll show you how I feel when the legislation comes before us to actually build that playground. So I'll absolutely vote yes on that. But that's not this legislation. This legislation, to me, is, we're going to do this. We don't really have any money yet, and we really don't have a plan yet or anything, but we'll say we're going to do it. But, in 2 weeks, a whole bunch of new faces are going to be in here, and maybe they feel differently, and we'll really look silly if we pass this and say we're going to do it, and then, that group of people, depending on how they feel, does or doesn't do that. I'll absolutely vote for it when the money's on the table, when we're actually looking at it, but again, for the reasons articulated through process and through just not shoving things in at the 11th hour, I'm not going to vote for this tonight. And that speaks to no insinuations about the Ledge Street School or they're deserving of a valid playground, because I said last night, and I'll say again, depending on the PTOs at each individual school, to be the gauge by which a playground is decided upon for that school is the lousiest way to do business in this city. That is government-sanctioned inequity in action. That's us collectively saying, you deserve more because you're here, and you deserve less because you're here. And that is not the way that we should be doing things. And I think it's pitiful that Ledge Street should have to be dependent on this at all. That's on us, and that's a systematic failure. And I hope that that is what can be addressed in addition to the process of which we receive these monies. Thank you.
Alderman Tebow?
Thank you, Madam President. You know, I feel similar to our Alderman at Large, Kelly, and Alderman Senate over here. I think the issue we're getting into now is Alderman Jetty is not saying that he's against the Ledge Street School. So we're ending up here debating whether the Ledge Street School is a prime, directive of this money, and that's not really what he's driving at. So to debate that, I mean, I've spent 10 years at the baseball field right next to that playground. I've seen it, so I know the situation. It's the way it's all come out. So the process, and I mentioned it, a couple weeks back, it's the process. And so, Alderman Jenny mentioned the next casino is next week. What are we doing with that? Do we have a plan for that, Director Cummings? And I'm asking that question because we had to react to this one. Do we have to react to next week's as quickly as we have to react to this one? And again, that's not a question, I'm not trying to be a jerk on that question, but I'm trying to be like, are we going to have legislation the first week of January to earmark that money for something? Or, because it doesn't sound like we'll have a process by the time that money's allocated to us in mid-February. So I guess that's a question through you to Director Cummings. What are we planning for that money that's going to be coming in on that second casino that starts next? Because if we have to tell people that, hey, this is for Ledge Street School and you should go down Christmas week and gamble, well, what are we going to tell them New Year's week to the other casino, right? Shouldn't they be going down that week for that, whatever that issue is or whatever that project is? So it doesn't really, that doesn't hold water to me, or the test of, well, we have to tell them this week because Ledge Street people have to go there. Well, what do we do next week when we have something? We've got to tell somebody to go there, right? So I don't know if Director Cummings can answer that question.
Director Cummings?
Tim Cummings, Director of Administrative Services. I've been focused on this, so I haven't really focused on any other project yet. I haven't had any explicit conversations with the mayor to understand what the intention may be. I know that there are a few dire projects that are in the back of folks' mind that they would like to move forward. I would like to believe sometime in January or February we would do a similar type thing this year. Ultimately, next year, I would like to improve upon this process where we have something a little bit more structured. That way we can have something identified early on, we can let folks know, and then we can, execute accordingly. But we're just trying to catch up right now.
Just a follow-up comment.
Alderman Tebow?
So, yeah, I guess, again, I think, obviously I think Ledge Street's a worthy school, and, to Alderman from Ward 7, Alderman Senate's point is that, we don't want to get it to a situation where some schools are getting money because of their PTO and others aren't. And it doesn't sound like, based on what Alderman Dodd was telling us last night, it's not that easy to get a PTO up and running to get 501c3 started up so they can actually get that money that they should get, because it should be all fairly equal. Why should some schools get them and other schools not? But I would like to see these projects in paperwork, and I would like to see, them ranked, and because there's other schools too that don't have PTOs. And again, I'm not inspecting all, however, 20 schools out there is outdoors. That's for other people to come and tell us, and nobody has the time to do all the different things you'd have to do to require us to go out to every school, every building, every road, every sidewalk, and inspect it ourselves every single time something comes before us, and we that's what the city staff does. So I would like to see those type of things to be able to make that decision. I'm not against the school, I'm not against the playground, but I don't think I'm going to be voting for this tonight because of that. Because I also think we can still, 2 weeks from now, 4 weeks from now, we can still allocate that money over to it without this is non-binding. So that's probably what I'm going to do. So thank you.
Alderman Thibodeau.
Thank you, Madam President. So a couple of the aldermen have kind of, I wasn't sure where I was going. To Alderman Clemens' point, I'm not going to be here when that final vote comes. So, and I believe that the next 15 should be making that call on what happens with that money. And so that this is just to earmark that funds, and to everybody else's point that spoke, that in a few weeks it can be allocated to that. And to the other alderwomen, I agree that it can be used for that. So there's no, I don't see a reason to pass it tonight. And as a city function, I think advertising that this week's gaming funds help the city should be advertised regardless of what that's going to. So hopefully that's happening. And I mean, how would anybody know that this week's gaming dates were going to the city? Regardless if it was going to this particular playground or just to the city in general. So I do hope that if it wasn't for this particular week, hopefully that becomes some kind of a plan so that people know. And if I'm going to go anyway, I might as well go on these particular dates because it's going to help the city. So I will be voting no, not because Alderman Thibodeau doesn't like playgrounds, but for those reasons that I already mentioned.
Alderman Moran.
Thank you, Madam President. To my colleague to Ward 7 and my colleague at large, I just want you guys to know I understand that you're not voting against the playground. I get that. I know how you guys advocate, and I'm very in line on that thinking with you. My vote to support this is the moment I am leaving, and I still have that ability to support a socially good cause. And it's solely based on the social aspect for me, and that is what I campaigned for, and I have to make that vote because that's what I promised to the voters who elected me. And I want to just appreciate those comments that you all made.
Alderman Clemens.
Thank you, Madam President. So, yeah, I appreciate the conversation here this evening. And to my earlier point, to me, in my opinion, this resolution is basically whether we tell somebody or whether the city tells somebody, hey, go down to the casino, go down to Gate City because the funds are going to go to Ledge Street. Or the alternative is, hey, go down to the casino because the funds are going to be used for the city, to Alderman Thibodeau's point. And so, that's really what we're debating here, right? Because it sounds like the aldermen are probably inclined to support the playground regardless, but it's a matter of what do you tell people? How do you market this? What do you say to them? Do you say to them, go down to the casino to support the city, or do you say go down to the casino to support the Ledge Street playground? So to me, that's what we have, that's what we're voting on tonight, and I will be voting to support telling people to go and support the Ledge Street school playground.
Alderman Lopez.
Thank you. I would like to apologize for not being present earlier. I was present at the beginning of the meeting, but we had a family emergency. I think everybody's okay, but I'd like to remind the public to drive very carefully in this weather, please. It took me a second to get up to speed initially. I would like to note for the record, I have been putting my hand up while people were talking. I'm sure there was a long speakers list, and some people got more than one speaking. But I also represent Ledge Street School, and I have been monitoring this and have been part of that community because I represent them, and I think I have a responsibility to be knowledgeable about things that are going on at the school. And over the last year, as has been previously pointed out, there has been a very strong group of advocates emerging because of the need for that playground. And initially, it looked like there was a promising partnership with the Boys and Girls Club, and unfortunately, they pivoted to a different project. And I say unfortunately only because Ledge Street's playground never was addressed. And there were concrete and tangible reasons why that project was launched. There's flooding issues, there's maintenance issues, there's a lot of things that need to be done, but it is, like many things in the lower income communities, complicated. Like, it is on public property, so it's not entirely clear who has to pull out of their budget to fix and maintain it. insofar as the repairs that are being suggested or the renovations. So I believe this board has been approached by the organizers of that, but because I am the alderman for Ward 4 and I do represent them, maybe I was a little bit more attentive to it. And as stated, it is a worthy cause. It seems like whenever we have a worthy cause that isn't necessarily a flashy cause or in a more resourced ward, all of the barriers suddenly pop up. It's not the right process. We didn't talk in the right committees. At the end of the day, I hear people saying they're not going to vote against Ledge Street School. I hear the words that are being said there. But I also think it's behaviorally obvious. There's an opportunity to say, yeah, we would like to support this school. This is a playground. We agree that a playground needs to be done. This is an inner city school that addresses a lot of the people who are, the families who are in the shelters and the families that are in the transitional housing programs. And their kids need to grow up in a reasonably safe environment, which includes playgrounds that are well maintained. And that's not what we have in a very under-resourced school. It seems like whenever we make those arguments, people say it's not personal, but we don't want to commit to doing it. We don't want to actually take the step. And while other causes have been identified, resource centers and emergency shelters, those aren't concrete. We can't actually tell the public we're going to raise money for those things tonight. There are other organizations that can tell them that, charitable organizations, that this will be pitted against. Anybody who knows how the charitable gaming schedule works knows there are some very, very worthy causes. So it sort of makes sense from a basic marketing standpoint to not follow Wounded Warriors or the, Kitty Angels or the Nashua Soup Kitchen with, hey, we're the city of Nashua, we want new dials for solid waste, or we're buying new tires for what, there's a lot of very banal things that need to be fixed by the city. And at this point, we are consciously all deciding we're not going to commit to something that is clearly altruistic and clearly of benefit long-term to our cities. We're going to argue process. We're going to vote and commit to not making a decision when there's one right in front of us. There's a saying that says failing to plan is planning to fail, and planning to fail is failing to plan. So to the earlier comment, if you plan on rejecting the playground when it shows up in the budget, then don't bother voting. I would say, would you mind voting for it just because it would signal that you're at least open-minded and you haven't made your decision yet? It is a little bit of a short turnaround for us to get up to speed on this project, figure out how charitable gaming works. We just got briefed tonight on why charitable gaming is now being applied to municipalities, even though that was done a year ago. Director Cummings has fallen on his sword and said, yeah, so there was a lot of paperwork and I've been focusing on that. I could have done a little bit of a better communication, but we hear the explanations. He came and he talked about what it is. We understand the assignment here. We know that there's 2 gambling casinos. We know that they could potentially be fundraising for the city of Nashua. I feel like it's intuitively obvious that having a good cause to fundraise for is likely to generate more revenue for taxpayers. And as was pointed out, even if we do this non-binding resolution and we decide later on, okay, well, I guess we're not going to use it for Ledge Street, or we're not going to use it all for Ledge Street, we can still do that. The same logic applies that was brought up earlier, that, well, this is non-binding, so we don't actually have to do it in order to get the money. We'll get the money. It's true. It's a very different marketing pitch, and I think just ignoring that is kind of silly when it comes to the meat and potatoes of, well, if this needs to be done, and it is a priority, and it is going to cost taxpayer money if we don't do it with the charitable gaming, why wouldn't we try to take that off of the budget so that there's room for other worthy projects? Why would we just stand on our procedures right now and say it didn't go through the proper subcommittees and committees and all that kind of stuff right before it's supposed to kick off, the first one we ever do, and signal to the national community that we're not really that enthusiastic about this. We're just going to go through the motions, and maybe if the people of Ledge Street come with their hat in their hand and on their knees and grovel enough, maybe we'll allow for it later, is insulting. There's an opportunity to do something about this. This is something that the parents and children in Ledge Street know is happening right now. It could be shovel-ready by the spring so that we could actually have a reasonable time frame of turnaround if we are at least willing to give it a fair shot and let the public fundraise for us by doing their holiday giving. or we could just shiv it right now and say, we're not going to approach this because it's this project. It's nothing personal, but this specific project just hasn't won us over. We don't like the way it was presented. I heard about this myself in late October, I think, if not early November, and I was encouraged because I know Ledge Street has been advocating for need. I have watched the Board of Education talk about how they don't have a PTO and there is an inequity, and Fairgrounds managed to raise a ton of money, but there's nobody to actually do that, and there's no 501c3 forms, so they can't even do charitable giving for over a year. This is known if you're attentive to those situations. But if you're not, could you listen to the people who are? I think it's something that we should consider supporting. I think that a lot of people have made a distinction between taking things personally and not, and I think their words can be proven when it comes time to vote, but this is a time to vote too. So I don't think anybody needs to be impressed by the vote in the future or the promissory note if you don't bother to do it now.
Alderman Kelly?
Oh.
Alderman Moran?
Thank you, Madam President. It seems like the next board will still have to deal with another social scientist. So I want to point out, and again, this goes back to a colleague of mine reaching out to me, really challenges me academically, even though I'm a practitioner. Stello Stadium, remember the field? How much time and energy did we give to that conversation versus the Ledge Street School? Why? Because the systems of power are on the Stello Stadium side because of the property owners who wanted that turf repaid right away. And we failed to maintain it as a city. We have failed to maintain this playground. In politics, because we are, you cannot run on a platform that says you're going to support marginalized populations, or if that's the party that you're part of. If that's not your platform, I get your vote. I know we're bipartisan or whatever, partisan, not that's the one, but decorum, all that stuff, the process, everything should be flipped upside down and used for those the will of the people to control the people who already have the power, versus giving this much time and attention to a little playground that really needs the help. I don't recall when we did Stellos. We rushed it. We paid for it. It was how much? Does anyone remember off the top of their heads? Alderman Dowd probably knows. Right. Challenge me on social stuff, and you'll never win. I'm one of the best in my field, and Alderman Lopez is right next to me. And I know a lot of you believe what I believe, and sometimes personalities get in the way of that because it's designed to. That's the social dichotomy of politics. So, again, I'm going to continue to support this.
Alderman Gregg?
Thank you, Madam President. I won't take up much time. I just wanted to say, I know we keep talking about this. This is not against the playground. I do agree, and I think that many people coming onto the board agree that we need to really look at our procedures. And so, but this is one of those quick things that we can look back and say, okay, but now in the future, let's do it this way. We keep talking about this playground within this year, but I met with the teacher who's been in charge of it. The first kiddos that, had the playground breaking on them and flooding, and they're now going, I think she said they're in middle school. So they've passed, so this has been going on much longer than a year. And they've been going around the fence to get the kids in over on some grass and stuff. So this is not, I don't want people to also think oh, this is not only a really quick thing that we have this gaming revenue that we, it's almost like winning the lottery and figuring out what you're going to do with it. But also this situation that these kiddos have been in has been going on now for multiple years. So this is not just something that has come up in the year that we have to find a solution for because it just came up. This has been neglected for a very long time. And once again, this is a creative way to not send it to the taxpayers to get this done. Thank you.
Alderman Tebow.
Thank you, Madam President. To Alderman at Large Gregg's point, why wasn't it in the budget? And I know it's not your fault, you weren't here. And maybe as long as it's been going downhill, some of us weren't here either, maybe, if it's longer than 4 years or 2 years. It should have been in the budget. Someone should have said that it was bad enough that we need to get that done. And if it's only going to be 150,000 or whatever the number is that we're getting from this casino, it should have been in our budget. We put a playground over in Ward 9. I know it's not a school, and I think that was a worthy cause. But why didn't I see the Ledge Street one come before us? You know, so that's the problem I have with this whole thing is if this is to a certain disrepair that kids can't use it at a school, whether it's Bicentennial, the high school, or Ledge Street, where's the failure that it hasn't come before us? Because it doesn't matter to me if someone's rich or poor. If the school needs something and kids are using it, I don't care what the kid is, poor, rich, in the middle, it needs to be fixed, it needs to be fixed. It needs to be put on the budget list, it needs to come before us, and we need to decide at that time, not, a week before. That's how I look at it.
Alderman Clay.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, I don't disagree with any comments that have been made, and while, yes, this should have been in the budget, sadly, these things do fall to the PTOs, and this PTO is non-existent. So for us to keep saying this over and over again, but it is a valid point to say, why wasn't it in the budget? But I also look at that this is a needier school, and too often the schools that need more get less. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Alderman Lopez and then Alderwoman Kelly.
I agree that it really should have been in the budget, not just last year, but maybe earlier too. But I would just refresh this board's memory. The school district had a pretty draconian budget proposed. We're lucky we managed to keep as many schools open and teachers hired as we did. So I think they probably read the room and didn't put it in there. And I think unfortunately that's the kind of thing that happens in lower income communities where people say, okay, well, we can't have everything, so let's decide what is most critical. And so the kids have been, going around the fence and playing inside, and, whenever there's massive flooding, they can't go in there because it's like knee deep. But we know what it is, and we have the opportunity to do it. And again, are we going to actually just stand on ceremony and say, well, we really care about it, but we're going to make them wait until May minimum before we can even say that we're going to commit anything to it, and then let them begin the designing of the playgrounds and all that stuff when we have an opportunity to do something now, and not even a commitment, just an opportunity to say, we would like to use this for the playground. We'd like to support the kids and the teachers and the parents in this area, and because we don't have any other plan immediately right now for that. If everyone wants to see it in the budget, then I'm sure the mayor is watching or will watch this and be like, okay, I'll put it in the budget. I'll let them blink. But that's also money being taken away from other things that we need to do. That's still money that's going back to the tax rate and we're going to hear about. And then we're going to make more draconian decisions and say, well, I really, really want to do Ledge Street, but this happened too. If we just keep waiting until it fails, then it fails. And arguably, this already has failed. And it was pointed out, other things weren't in the budget and they get priority. I mean, we obviously had to fix the garage. That wasn't in the budget as planned. The stadium, we fast-tracked that, and I credit Alderman Dowd for getting that so rapidly taken care of and addressed that it didn't really disrupt the season too much. But again, we're just going to stand on ceremony and say, well, we really care about people and our constituents and our neighbors, but not this time.
Alderwoman Kelly, and then Alderman Tebow.
I'm happy to be the main sponsor on this in January to get this funded. I don't feel like there is this sense of standing on ceremony. The law passed in May of 2024 that we would get a week. We had a year. A year we knew that we were going to get some sort of money in here. And there was no discussion about how we were going to look at and appropriate that money. We have a ton of systems to vet projects in the city. We have a whole committee that looks at the citizens advisory. We look at CDBG money. People come in and apply, and we show the equity in how we decide which projects get money right up front and transparent. And what I'm concerned about is that we had the time, and then we just picked a project. And what does that say to everyone else? We have systems to look at how we're going to do these things. So to say that we just have to make the decision, if we make this decision wrong right now, to stand on ceremony is unfair. We knew in May of 2024 that we were going to get this funding, and we could have talked about it all year, how we were going to handle it, because we do need a process for it. And I'm sick of being told at the last second that I have to make this decision.
Alderman, did you have your hand up, Alderman Tebow?
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you, Madam President. So I just want to be clear, I never said put it in the budget this year coming up. I've already said, and I'm on record last night and tonight, that I would support this when it comes through in January. So I'm not saying put it on this year's budget. I was saying it should have been gone through the budget process. And so Alderman Lopez also brought up a good point about making tough cuts in the budget. And I really pushed hard to make sure that we didn't cut any teachers last year or cut schools or anything like that. If we're going to start to do things right, that may have to be a hard choice. And I'm not saying I'm going to want to do that. But when we start playing with, we don't have enough money to keep up all the schools, well, then we have to do something because we don't have the money anymore. So if the Board of Education might have to make some tough decisions this year about what to do with a school or what to do with staff. And then maybe we will have money to do more things and make sure all the playgrounds and all the schools that are still left are up to speed. But again, to everybody else's point, if this was that bad for this long, we should have had it in front of us at some point. And again, I don't know if it's coming through the Board of Ed or coming through us, but it should have been on someone's radar, other than just knowing that it was in disrepair, that it's in front of us so we can actually vote on it. I think all of us here, and we've said it multiple times, when it comes through in January, we will vote for it. So, I don't know how many times we can say that, but.
Alderman Clemmons.
Motion to move the question.
Motion is to move the question. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien.
Yes.
Alderman Gregg.
Yes.
Alderman Moran.
Yes.
Alderman Thibodeau.
Yes.
Alderman Govea.
Yes.
Alderman Lopez.
Yes.
Alderman Sullivan.
No.
Alderman Clemmons.
Yes.
Alderman Senate.
No.
Alderman Jettie.
No.
Alderman Tebow.
No.
Alderman Clee.
Yes.
Alderman Dowd.
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly.
No.
Alderman Wilshire.
No.
9 yeas, 6 nays.
9 yeas, 6 nays?
Yes.
There's only,
That's 15.
oh, there are 15.
Everybody's here.
That motion carries. Resolution 25-299 is declared duly adopted.
Oh, no, what?
That was just to move the question.
We got to vote.
Sorry, we got to vote. My bad. My bad.
Well, we know how you're voting.
Oh, sorry. Would the clerk please call the roll for final passage of Resolution 25-229?
Alderman O'Brien.
Yes.
Alderman Gregg.
Yes.
Alderman Moran.
Yes.
Alderman Thibodeau.
Yes.
Alderman Govea.
Yes.
Alderman Lopez.
Yes.
Alderman Sullivan.
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons.
Yes.
Alderman Senate.
No.
Alderman Jettie.
No.
Alderman Tebow.
No.
Alderman Clee.
Yes.
Alderman Dowd.
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly.
No.
Alderman Wilshire.
No.
10 yeas, 5 nays.
And that motion carries, and Resolution 25-229 is declared duly adopted.
Second reading of R-25-232.
Yes. Alderman Wilshire?
Yes, Alderman Dowd?
Yes. I think that City Engineer Hudson's here to talk about our resolution, R-25-231. It was held in Budget Committee. I'd like to make a motion to bring it forward to the full board so that Mr. Hudson can explain exactly what all the questions that came up last night can be answered.
Alderwoman Kelly?
Procedural question, can you pull a filed resolution from the committee?
Yes.
My understanding was there was no recommendation.
No, it failed.
What failed? There was a motion to recommend indefinite postponement? No.
It failed to go forward with a final recommendation. We didn't do anything after that.
But we can.
Right, so it's still in committee.
Correct.
So a motion to withdraw it from committee is in order.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you've heard the motion. Would the clerk call the roll, please?
Alderman O'Brien.
Yes.
Alderman Gregg.
Yes.
Alderman Moran.
Yes?
Alderman Thibodeau.
No.
Alderman Govea.
No.
Alderman Lopez.
Yes.
Alderman Sullivan.
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons.
Yes.
Alderman Senate.
No.
Alderman Jettie.
Yes.
Alderman Tebow.
Yes.
Alderman Clee.
Yes.
Alderman Dowd.
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly.
No.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes.
11 yeas, 4 nays.
That motion carries.
Second reading of R-25-231, authorizing the mayor to enter into a revised federal aid program project agreement with the State of New Hampshire Department of Transportation for the purpose of designing a new pedestrian bridge over the Nashua River.
Alderman Clemmons.
Motion for final passage.
Motion before us is for final passage of R-25-231. Discussion. Mr. Hudson, did you want to weigh in on
Thank you,
this?
Madam President. Like Director Cummings, I would like to apologize to both the board and especially to the Budget Review Committee for not being at yesterday's meeting. I, like the director, was not working yesterday, but I did neglect to send somebody to this meeting, so for that I do apologize, and that is my fault. The resolution before you, it makes a small modification to a previously approved agreement. This agreement's with the DOT. It's for the new pedestrian bridge over the Nashua River west of the existing one that's on the railroad bridge. That agreement, you board had authorized. This amendment doesn't change any of the financial terms or any other aspect of that agreement other than adding in one paragraph. And that paragraph references Federal RSA Chapter 21I and the executive order, President's Executive Order 14173, which places prohibition on DEI initiatives and activities and references that anything in conflict that's in this agreement that wouldn't carry. So we had fully intended to bring that previously approved agreement forward for execution. We signed it, we sent it to DOT, but DOT wasn't able to sign it because they needed to include this additional language in the agreement. So that's why it's back before us, seeking to approve adding this paragraph so that we can again sign, return to DOT, they'll sign, and then we'll have this project starting. So I'd be happy to address any questions about the resolution. And again, I do apologize for not being there last night.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. Alderman Clemmons.
How much money is this?
So this agreement is $500,000 in federal share and $125,000 in city share. The city share for this is coming from the TIF district, the Riverfront TIF. So no impact on the general taxation for this one. This is currently only a design project. We do not have the funding allocated for construction. But through congressional directed spending, the city had secured the $500,000. So we're trying to put that into action to at least make some advancement on this project, on this pedestrian bridge that we hope someday to construct down in the downtown.
Alderman Clemmons?
I don't know how I feel about that language. I think that the federal government telling us that we can't have DEI is terrible. And I don't know how I feel. I don't know how I'm going to vote tonight because I, quite frankly, want to tell the government to stuff it.
Alderman Moran.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a complex one for me, for sure. Probably voted for this before to come in the past at some point. The DEI stuff, I think, is imaginary. I don't know why this is a problem. Really, I get it. I understand why people think it's a problem. I don't want to discredit people's views to a certain extent. So I get that. But to make it, this is like a reason I don't like to do business with the government. It's terrible. It's like the amendment, why? There's nothing in regards to help. If we, not to, the riverfront, everything is going to be another package I'm going to talk about in just a second. DEI has no value to insert this into preventing our city to engage in creating jobs and an additional pedestrian bridge. Riverwalk, I will not support any further money to downtown when I can't drive through my own neighborhood that's pretty affluent and see bus stops that still aren't shoveled out and men standing in the street trying to get to work. So it's like a very challenging, in general, vote for me. And then up next to my place of business, there is a bus stop that is just like completely, like you wouldn't, it's overgrown in the summer. There's like I walk from Firestone frequently to there's like no sidewalks. And we're talking about the Riverwalk all the time and all these other things in downtown. And I can tell you, when it comes to the spending on that part, that my building alone, probably the small businesses in there probably generate more federal tax revenues than whatever's going to happen with the Riverwalk. But I get why we have to keep the downtown alive. Got it. But the DEI stuff is weird, and it gets in the way of things because it's so individualized for a person and how they experience that, and based on their own belief systems, that it has no where to be placed in language of a contract like this. It's just a barrier to everything. So it's a very frustrating, but I'll most likely vote no.
Alderman Lopez.
So I have some concerns about the TIF district, like kind of turning into a slush fund where it's money that's designated and kind of held for specific reasons. I know it does go through finance and does have to be subject to the approval, but where there's been other projects where I've been kind of like, I don't know if this is a great project. Pedestrian walkability, I say firsthand, is very important, and making sure that people can go from one side of the bridge to the other is very important. And making sure there are connector points so that people aren't forced to cohabitate the bridges that cars basically dominate. I can definitely see the value of that, and I think the project on its face is designed with, or is intended for good, and has, a lot of merit behind it. When it comes to using TIF money to bring in 3 times as much congressional directed spending, okay. I mean, that's an investment that brings, resources and value back to the city that I would like to see. When it comes to DEI, I feel like that really, not invoking Attorney Bolton here, but some lawyer is going to need to go after that and figure out exactly what is intended and what is allowed with that kind of stuff. I understand the threat of it and the political value of being like, this is a buzzword that we all know about and we're going to keep opposing it mindlessly because we don't like the buzzword. But at the end of the day, as was pointed out, DEI, is the bridge only going to be for some people and not others? I don't understand exactly where the restrictions would actually impair us. And I do think that, I don't know where the line's going to be on that, but I think we're going to have to deal with it at some point. At some point, someone's going to say, your hazmat equipment can only come if you say the pledge 3 times before accepting it. And I don't know where we're headed with all that kind of stuff, but I don't think this is necessarily the crisis point to do a study for the bridge. So I will support it.
Next, I have Alderman Senate.
Thank you, Madam President. We had a couple of questions. One first through you to Mr. Hudson. If I understood you correctly, the state wasn't able to sign off on this yet due to this RSA that we're beholden to here from the executive order. So am I to understand correctly that, sorry?
It's not an RSA.
I apologize.
It says it's an RSA.
The regulations that we're beholden to. I'll just leave it at that. Am I to understand correctly that because of that, no work has actually begun on the design of this bridge? Is that correct?
So a couple things. Yeah, my understanding is this is not a state initiative. Obviously, they've been asked to insert this language in every contract, and this won't be the only contract where we're required to bring back an amended Walnut Oval agreement as well when the next session starts. So you're going to be seeing this again, unfortunately, and I fully understand all the concerns with it. The second part of your question, yeah, no, in terms of whether work has occurred, no work has occurred under this agreement. The city did do some preliminary design as part of the riverfront project for this bridge. So we have laid some groundwork. We have an idea where it was going to go. We have some general idea what the structure will be, but this advances that. It enables us to continue that design where that design had been paused basically at a preliminary level.
All right, thank you for that. And my second question isn't to really anybody in particular, but Mr. Hudson kind of alluded to it. And I say that just because it wouldn't only fall under his purview. But I know even prior to approving the original resolution that allowed us to begin this process, I know at least one public health grant had come back to us for an amendment for the same reason. And, you know, I kind of wanted to raise a kerfuffle over it at the time, but at the same time, how much money does public health even really get, you know? But the broader question that I think we really ought to consider that Mr. Hudson alluded to is how many of these are out there that we've already approved that are going to come back to us for this tiny little amendment because we want to make sure that we're not designing bridges under DEI preferences or initiatives or any other sort of work where it probably takes greater minds than myself to see see how DEI fits hand in glove with designing a bridge. So that's really all I've got on this.
Attorney Bolton?
Yeah. The problem with this particular grant is the timing. We applied for a grant, we got approved for the grant, the Board of Aldermen voted to accept and appropriate the money. Then the current Washington administration issued an executive order basically saying all expenditures of government money will have this proviso in it that there be no DEI program associated with the government funding that's being provided. So I say this one got caught in the middle of that. We thought we had done everything, and then the state cannot actually execute and give us the money because from the moment that executive order got issued, they had to put this new paragraph in every single grant. So that's why it's now back in front of you to approve this amendment to the grant agreement. There are probably others in that same midway process, and the one in public health I think probably was exactly the same. The state was holding it, and they had to add the other paragraph. We had to get the new amended agreement that includes these DEI provisions. Every federal grant that we get from now on will have this language in it. So if you read the actual grant agreement, you'll see it over and over and over again. Typically, it's not in the title of the legislation that you get. As far as I know, the city has no DEI program. And so philosophically, people may think that in certain cases, DEI is a good thing. The current administration in Washington does not have that view. But I think as far as the city of Nashua is concerned, right now it's pretty much an academic question. We don't have a program that will interfere with us, put us in violation of the grant conditions, as best as I can determine.
Thank you. I have a list. Alderman Clee is next.
Thank you, Madam President. The two speakers before me basically, in some respects, said what I wanted to say. When I worked for the federal government, anything that we did had certain criteria. Sometimes it was that you had to give preference to a minority business, or you had to give preference to a small woman-owned business. There was always stipulations on it. This one is rather ugly. This one hurts our hearts because it's such disgusting language, because we know what the intent is. But the truth is, as was pointed out by both speakers and including Mr. Hudson, is that everything's going to come through. So if we take a stance now saying this is ugly and we're not going to do it, we might as well say no to every single grant, and not picking on Alderman Thibodeau, but that's kind of, I know, but that's kind of been a stance, that's kind of been your stance for 2 years, and now I get it. The provisions that are put on us, we don't always like, but if we want to do good, and we want to be able to do better, and we want to save taxpayers' money, we have to sometimes kind of hold your nose and put the check mark next to it. I hate I hate the idea that we have to do that, and I want to add to that. I want to correct the record. While it wasn't always necessarily done, all TIF monies do go through finance, but they do go through the Board of Aldermen as well for approval. It's not just finance. Sometimes I think there's a misconception on that. It does go from finance and then over to here, but I am going to vote on this. I hope my colleagues do. I understand if it hurts your heart, and I understand, but we have to vote with our heads and what's best for the programs, because this is just one of everything. I think Mr. Hudson said the Walnut Street project, Walnut Street Oval, is coming up next. We're going to be doing this, and probably anything that hasn't had DOT stamp of approval. And while I would love to blame the state, it's coming from Washington, D.C. It is not coming from the state, and the state doesn't want to lose any monies that could possibly come in from federal government, so they're going to step, we can say no to it, but we only hurt the people that we're trying to help. So thank you.
Alderman Sullivan.
Thank you. Not concerned about the words, concerned about the money, and shame on me for not catching this the first time. But a question, maybe to Mr. Hudson. We're paying for this through TIF money. This bridge, I don't have a map in front of me, but I don't think it's in the TIF. Can we do that? Can we spend TIF money outside of a TIF for a non-TIF project?
I have Liz Hannum here.
Liz Hannum, Economic Development Director. It is in the TIF currently. The TIF goes all the way out to past where the railroad tracks are, and this would be just west of the railroad tracks. So it is included. However, you're right. If it was not in the district, it would not be eligible.
Okay. Thank you.
All set, Alderman Sullivan?
Yes.
Alderman O'Brien.
Thank you. I don't like the add-on either. But however, if I'm going to get hung up on that little stipulation, we're not going to get a bridge. And because the taxpayers can't afford the full cost for the bridge. So we're going to have to bite the bullet, as I agree with you. It is kind of disgusting. I know how I voted last November, and I chuckle all the people that, I wonder how they're doing now, But the thing is, keep your eye on the sky or keep the eye on the pie. And if you want a piece of the pie from the state, you can't go saying no to them too many times, because I've seen them on the fire department yank back the potential of receiving grants. And I think we would be in a big mess if that should occur. So, you know, I voted before holding my nose, and I will do so again right here. But for the betterment of the taxpayers, we're getting some free money that could, if we don't take it, may end up in another community. We don't get enough from the state as it is, so we're entitled to every penny that they can help us out with. Thank you.
Alderwoman Kelly.
Thank you. I liked this project when it came through the first time. It's matching money. I think that is appropriate to continue going forward. I am extremely angry that we are even here talking about this. And I just want to say, what a colossal waste of time and money for an administration that came through and said, hey, we're going to be more efficient, we're going to be small government. We are making people spend hours of time changing grants, nonprofits that I sat with in January, all thinking about what are we going to have to change in all of our paperwork to make sure that we can get the money that we normally get from our federal government. What a colossal waste of time and money.
Alderman Gregg.
My question was already answered by my colleague, Alderman Sullivan.
Alderman Jettie.
Thank you. So I just want to, clarify that, this isn't just the federal government. The amended language refers to RSA 21-I, and I'm looking at section 114, which says, no agencies or political subdivisions shall enter into or renew any contract that includes DEI-related provisions, including requirements for contractors to implement DEI programs, conduct DEI training, or comply with DEI-related reporting obligations. So this is our state government, in addition to our federal government, that is prohibiting diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I always wonder, what is it that people find so terrible about diversity, equity, or inclusion? Are they against diversity? Are they against equity, which is another word for fairness? They're against that? And inclusion, they're against that? So I agree with everyone who's spoken. I think this is terrible, but I think we're going to have to, live with this until we are able to change not only our federal government, but our state government. And so until then, if we want federal or state money, we're going to have to live with this ugly provision.
Alderman Clemmons.
Thank you, Madam President. So I appreciate all of the comments tonight from all of my colleagues about both issues. I will reluctantly support it because we do need to help our taxpayers. We do need the bridge, I think, because the other one that's there is not in good order. And the other thing, though, I think back to my father was a history teacher for years, and he told me the story once where he got hired, and it was in the 60s, and they said he had a thing that the Manchester School Board made him sign, and it basically said that he wasn't going to be a member of the Communist Party. And my father sat with the principal and said, I don't know if I want to sign this or not. And the principal said, look, if you don't sign it, I can't give you the job. But if you do sign it, I can assure you it's going to go in a drawer somewhere and no one's going to ever look at it. And so, with those words of wisdom, obviously my father signed it, and thinking back to that, I will I will go forward and support this evening, thinking of that correlation. But it is a shame, and it does bring up a good opportunity to talk about how, and I appreciate the Alderman at Large, Kelly, for bringing this up, because it does beg the question of why. Why are we wasting our time talking about something that is essentially about equality and fairness? This, like, there's laws already that say that we can't discriminate, right? So, the folks who think that the DEI is somehow a backwards discrimination are completely wrong. But I will support this evening. I appreciate the conversation regarding it, because I think it showed some of the values here around this horseshoe, and I appreciate that. And I think the message is clear from this board. Yeah, we'll support it, but I think that's a very strong message.
Alderman Clay?
Thank you, Madam President, and to my colleague who just spoke, yeah, it's a big but. The thing I also want to remind everybody, if I'm not mistaken, I was trying to go through my memory, but I think our National Fire and Rescue was very much supportive of this, because the pedestrian bridge is becoming unsafe, and it would mean it will have to close, and that does create a problem, and so on. So by us, saying we're not going to do this, in the end, we may have to do this, and it's going to cost us $600,000 rather than the $125,000. So just keep that in mind as we vote today. Thank you.
Motion before us is for final passage of Resolution 25-231. Is there further discussion? Alderman Lopez.
I just had a point of clarification to Director Hudson. I don't know if it's too early in the process to tell, but is the pedestrian bridge contemplated going to be freestanding, or is it also going to be attached to the train bridge?
Great question. It's intended to be freestanding, so it would be more perpendicular to the river than the current one, which is kind of a tacked-on extension, I'd say, on the railroad bridge. This one would be completely owned by us, under our control. We're somewhat at the railroad's whim with the current arrangement. And as has been discussed, the current situation is that add-on pedestrian feature is deteriorating, and we are going to reach a point at some point where we're going to have to move on to do our own bridge or rebuild that. But again, I think it's probably in our best interest to proceed with a separate bridge that we control in the future.
All I would add is it is a singular experience trying to cross that bridge when the train goes by, especially if one might be on a Segway. And I do not encourage you to try that.
Okay, the motion is for final passage. Further discussion? Would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien.
Yes.
Alderman Gregg.
Yes.
Alderman Rand.
No.
Alderman Thibodeau.
No.
Alderman Govea.
Yeah.
Alderman Lopez.
Yes.
Alderman Sullivan.
Yes.
Alderman Clemens.
Yes.
Alderman Senate.
Yes.
Alderman Jettie.
Yes.
Alderman Tebow.
Yes.
Alderman Clee.
Yes.
Alderman Dowd.
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly.
Yes.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes.
13 yeas, 2 nays.
That motion carries, and Resolution 25-231 is declared duly adopted.
Second reading of R-25-232, relative to the acceptance of $33,000 from the United States Department of Homeland Security and the State of New Hampshire Department of Safety into Fire Department Grant Activity 2025 Homeland Security Grant Program, Sohegan Mutual Aid Response Team Hazmat Equipment.
Alderman Gregg.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to make a motion for final passage of R-25-232 by roll call, please.
Motion is for final passage by roll call. Is there discussion on that motion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien.
Yes.
Alderman Gregg.
Yes.
Alderman Rand.
Yes.
Alderman Thibodeau.
No.
Alderman Govea.
Yes.
Alderman Lopez,
Yes.
Alderman Sullivan,
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons,
Yes.
Alderman Senate,
Yes.
Alderman Jettie,
Yes.
Alderman Tebow,
Yes.
Alderman Clee,
Yes.
Alderman Dowd,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly,
Yes.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes.
14 yeas, 1 nay.
That motion carries, and Resolution 25-232 is declared duly adopted.
Second reading of R-25-233, relative to the acceptance of $10,000 from the New Hampshire Charitable Foundation into Public Health and Community Services Grant Activity, Speaking Our Minds podcast.
Alderman Senate.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to make a motion for final passage of R-25-233 by roll call.
Motion is for final passage. Discussion on that motion. Alderman Moran.
Thank you, Madam President. You're damn right, I'm voting yes on the Public Health Speaking Our Minds podcast.
Alderman Lopez.
I just want to clarify, because it came up in committee, the New Hampshire Charitable Foundation is not charitable gaming. It's a charitable foundation.
Further discussion? Would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien,
Yes.
Alderman Gregg,
Yes.
Alderman Moran,
Yes.
Alderman Thibodeau,
Yes.
Alderman Govea,
Yes.
Alderman Lopez,
Yes.
Alderman Sullivan,
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons,
Yes.
Alderman Senate,
Yes.
Alderman Jettie,
Yes.
Alderman Tebow,
Yes.
Alderman Clee,
Yes.
Alderman Dowd,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly,
Yes.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes.
15 yeas, 0 nays.
That motion carries, and Resolution 25-233 is declared duly adopted.
Second reading of R-25-234, relative to the acceptance of $12,000 from Dartmouth Hitchcock into Public Health and Community Services Grant Activity, Substance Misuse Prevention Efforts.
Alderman Lopez.
I'd like to make a, I'd like to make a motion for final passage of R-25-234 by roll call.
Motion is for final passage. Discussion on that motion. Alderman Moran.
My apologies, Madam President, through you to the legislative assistant. I don't, can I be added as a sponsor to this? I don't know if I missed that meeting. Is it too late?
You are on.
I am. Oh, am I
You cannot be
missing
added
it?
twice, no.
Oh, I'm reading the wrong thing. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien,
Yes.
Alderman Gregg,
Yes.
Alderman Moran,
Yes.
Alderman Thibodeau,
Yes.
Alderman Govea,
Yes.
Alderman Lopez,
Yes.
Alderman Sullivan,
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons,
Yes.
Alderman Senate,
Yes.
Alderman Jettie,
Yes.
Alderman Tebow,
Yes.
Alderman Clee,
Yes.
Alderman Dowd,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly,
Yes.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes.
15 yeas, 0 nays.
And that motion carries, and Resolution 25-234 is declared duly adopted. Unfinished business ordinances.
Second reading of O-25-071 regarding open hours for the outdoor City Hall public restrooms.
Alderman Clemmons.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for indefinite postponement of O-2571 by roll call.
Motion is for indefinite postponement. Discussion on that motion. Alderman Jettie?
Could we get a reasoning for this? I mean, this was proposed in order to deal with the problem of, people downtown not having a place to be able to relieve themselves. The City Hall restrooms are closed, the transit station restrooms are closed. There are no public, to my knowledge, public facilities. The restrooms that used to be in the garages are closed. So, this has led to a problem that we've been told about, and this was one way of dealing with that problem. So, I think Director Sullivan said something was in the works to help solve this problem, so could we hear more about that so that, you know, when you're recommending indefinite postponement, why are you withdrawing this?
Alderman Clemens?
Yeah, so I've been working with Director Sullivan as well as Director Hannum on finding an affordable solution for the problem of not having a restroom downtown. We have found a pretty inexpensive way to do this with a handicap accessible porta potty. I'm not sure if we're getting one or two, but maybe we're getting one to start, which should be coming soon. It's very inexpensive compared to the cost listed here. It will be cleaned a couple times a week. To save the taxpayers some money here, that was the best way forward, in my opinion. Plus, the bonus is, of course, it's handicap accessible, which the City Hall bathrooms are not. So we're killing two birds with one stone, if you will.
All set, Alderman Jettie?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Alderman Moran?
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to vote against indefinite postponement. How do I frame this one politely? The social dichotomy in this current environment in the city does not give me faith that it will come to fruition in a helpful way. And I want to spend as much money as I can to let anyone go to the bathroom, no matter how many times we have to clean it, because at the base of it, the government can give you a toilet. Whether you're going to get coffee at Jaja's or hanging out in front of St. Pat's. I just don't have the feeling that it'll be sufficient down the road. I have been proven wrong. Director Cummings and Director Sullivan have proven me wrong so many times, and they're very skilled at humbling me. But at this very moment, I just don't feel that. So I'll be voting no.
Alderman Lopez?
To Attorney Bolton, do we have to indefinitely postpone this? Isn't this our last meeting of the session?
You don't have, no one can force you to vote in any particular way. So you don't have to. I will tell you, and maybe this is what you're thinking about, that things that are pending at the end of the term, which ends on Inauguration Day, lapse. And if someone wishes to bring the thing back next term, any of the then alderman or the mayor could do that. So you can indefinitely postpone, you can table, you can do a lot of other things. You could pass it, you could amend it, you could send it back to committee. So you don't have to do anything, but there are many things you could do. But if it doesn't pass, it will lapse at the end of the term.
Alderman Clemens?
Yeah, thank you. And I guess I should have stated for the record too as well. I don't think that the porta potties are the end of the discussion. I think that, you know, there's opportunities with the new Riverwalk to put a permanent bathroom that everybody, because to be honest with you, during the holiday stroll, I had people come up to me and say, you know, how come they didn't put a bathroom down in here, you know? So I think there's some opportunities there. We can probably use some TIF funding for that. So, you know, the discussion will continue, but we needed an immediate answer. We needed something immediate, like that we could do soon. And I have been told that this is in the works. The money is there, so it will get done. And then I think as we go on, we will, you know, as we do different things downtown, as we come up with different funding sources in various areas, we will continue to look for options of what we can do to help solve this problem. But this is My intention of opening City Hall was to address the immediate problems. I will say, I didn't intend this to get this far. I wanted this to be done a lot sooner. You know, my wife had some health issues. I wasn't able to attend some meetings. So it got kind of kicked down the road. But I think the right thing to do is to vote for indefinite postponement right now. And then as we move along, we will assess what we are doing and then what we could do in the future. So it's not the end of the discussion by any means, in my opinion.
Alderman Jettie.
Since Director Sullivan and Director Hannum are here, could you tell us, what's the status? Where is this porta potty now, and when will it be here, and where is it going?
Don't fight over it now.
I have to justify my attendance. Matt Sullivan, Community Development Director. The intent, Alderman Jettie, is to place a porta potty in the area around City Hall, an ADA accessible porta potty. We believe that we'll have that in place over the coming 10 days before the end of the year was the commitment that was made at the committee level. The exact location has not been determined, but our intent is to put it in a location that's accessible to a variety of users, but also in a location that's relatively visible, so that there's not necessarily, I don't want to call it surveillance or anything of that nature, but that's in a location where we can actively see who's going in and who's going out and ensure their safety. Again, the exact location hasn't been determined just yet, but we're anticipating not necessarily on the alley side, but actually on the rail trail side of City Hall in some location to be determined. But you should see it installed out there over the coming 7 to 10 days.
Okay.
Alderman Jettie?
Could I ask another?
Yes.
So, the transit station has a handicap accessible indoor toilet. Why aren't we using that?
So the transit center has 2 accessible restrooms, one for men and one for women. A couple factors went into the discussion around that. One, we just made significant investment in those facilities, and we've had a very difficult time monitoring their condition and ensuring that they're clean and safe. Further, those restrooms right now are not open beyond the operating hours of the transit center facility. And we have other assets of the transit department within that particular building that can't necessarily be protected without additional physical improvements to the inside of that building. So there'd have to be additional partitions put up or other physical improvements made to actually make those restrooms immediately usable, while ensuring the safety and security of the other space in the transit center. This discussion was actively had between Alderman Clemmons and myself. He brought that forward as an alternative pretty early in the discussion. I discussed that with Transit Administrator Correa, and I think like the City Hall restrooms, although I don't want to speak for Director Cummings, there were significant operational challenges and the need to make capital upgrades to make those restrooms usable immediately. I think to Alderman Clemmons' point, that's certainly a discussion that could be had down the line. But I think in the interest of being nimble and responsive to this concern now, the ADA porta potty is the immediate answer. And frankly, to broader discussions that have been had before, the ADA porta potty will allow us to sort of pilot the concept of a 24/7 accessible restroom adjacent to City Hall, to see how conduct goes, to see what the frequency of cleaning is that's necessary. It does a lot of things to allow us to see how this will go in advance of opening up another facility such as City Hall or the Transit Center. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you.
Alderwoman Kelly?
No, we've gone down the porta potty path for a minute, so I appreciate that we at least are hearing sort of what the potential plans are. I have a question around a porta potty in the winter. Usually we pick those up sort of the end of fall. So how does that work, and what kind of additional maintenance would be required? Say we get 2 feet of snow, how are we making sure it's accessible when it's icy, all of that?
If I may just respond to that, Madam President. So there's actually if you ask me details, I'm going to fall a bit short of your expectations, but there's a winterization cost that we anticipate taking on. It's actually sort of an additional charge for the porta potties to be winterized. That's on the inside of the unit, right? There's certain things they do to make them more resilient during the cold weather. I don't want to speak for Director Cummings, but I believe what we're going to be doing as a group is working with the Risk Management and Facilities Department to make the sort of the accessible path to the portable restroom open during the winter when there is a snowstorm as part of our regular cleaning of City Hall. We haven't had that discussion in detail just yet, but certainly I think the maintenance staff will be included in that conversation, and that'll be a regular part of our clearing of snow. To your point, we don't want a mound of snow to build up against the door and make it not accessible, particularly when this is our 24/7 restroom that we're installing.
No heat.
No heat.
Real cold.
No heat.
Alderman Moran?
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Director Sullivan, articulately said, but not a critique of you.
Sure.
I mean it. Here it comes, though. Significant renovations, conduct, no heat. The 1926 Zoning Enabling Act is basically where some of that, I hear it. I don't know if that's what you're actually calling it from, but from 1926 onward, that type of language limits how we treat people who are inequitable and have access to equitable services. Government is here for access to equitable services. The language we just heard is renovations cost, right? People of power and privilege, we didn't really have that conversation recently when people of power and privilege asked for something from us. Horses mounted downtown, love it, great idea. But people of power and privilege got it without having someone say significant renovations, the conduct of the person that's going to be using the bathroom. Why would government consider the conduct of one of its citizens when using a public restroom? Think about that, and I will send you the theory and the research and the articles from Harvard to tell us all that the porta potty that's unheated is not sufficient. I respect Director Sullivan very much. He's very smart. But it's the social science of it, and I'll keep doing it as an advocate when I exit here. But it's science and research, and the reason why Director Sullivan isn't like talking about social things in the job he does is it's not him. It's the silo effect of keeping these things segregated, and it's just the way our government's set up. But poor people, rich people, public bathroom, conduct is part of it. We have to maintain things clean and safe, but we should also be paying for it too.
Alderman Senate and then Alderman Clements.
Thank you, Madam President. I am so happy that we're on bathrooms again. That being said, in spite of a plan being in place, I am going to vote against indefinite postponement. I sponsored the original legislation. I still think it's a good idea. I understand the shortcomings of it, in particular the ADA aspect of it. I know that's not something that we can overcome with what is proposed in the legislation. However, I do struggle with the alternative. It resolves the ADA situation, but it just moves it to the other side of City Hall. One of the arguments that we were given against utilizing these bathrooms, in addition to the other things that have already been discussed here, is, well, you know, off to the side of City Hall, it's tucked away a little. It's out of sight, out of mind. It's not very centrally located for downtown. Well, neither is the other side of City Hall. I feel like the other side of City Hall, while it has seen improvements with the implementation of the rail trail, suffers from much of the same. And this just feels like a preferred approach versus an alternative. Again, it resolves the ADA situation. That is significant because ADA accessibility is something that we need to be approaching everything with in this city. But I don't know. Bathrooms in place, no. Porta-John, sure. I know which one I'd pick if I was given the choice between the two, and you know, it was me who needed to relieve myself. I think I could guess which direction most people would go, but I don't know, this just doesn't sit well with me, so I will be voting against indefinite postponement.
Alderman Clemmons.
Now, I could be wrong on the math here, but I would ask Director Cummings, through you to Director Cummings, do you remember the cost of the City Hall bathroom? Was it something like $30,000 a month? Or was that a year? I can't remember.
Thank you, Tim Cummings, Director of Administrative Services. I apologize, I missed the question, but are you essentially asking what the additional expense is going to be?
Would be if we opened up, yeah.
Sure. So for the year, if I may, Madam President,
Yes.
it would be about $60,000-ish. For 6 months, it would be about $30,000-ish. And since I'm up here, if I could just take a moment, Madam President, I think it would help if the body knew the intention. This is, again, just the start, and as Alderman Clemmons said, I think we're going to continue this conversation. We wanted just to have something on hand right now, but as time goes on, one of the reasons why the location hasn't been solidified is because I think we would like to lay a concrete pad to have the porta potty in. We'd like to have some lighting. We'd like to get some utility out there so we can, provide some heating, maybe provide some coverage. So we would make some improvements along the way to help the situation, but we just wanted to get something going right now because we heard what the community had to say. Thank you.
Alderman Clemmons.
I also want to just say for the record that, and to his credit, Director Sullivan brought up to me very clearly, well, is this the right thing to do? Are we doing right by this population, by the people, by doing a porta potty? He said that to me. And I said, pretty frank to him, well, no bathroom is better, or a bathroom is better than no bathroom. And the bottom line is that $60,000 to keep open a non-ADA compliant bathroom when it would cost somewhere around $6,000 for the entire year, I think, for this one, was a choice that immediacy could be brought. And in the meantime, you would look to do things like create a permanent bathroom. And that is my goal. So it's not, I agree with you, Alderman Moran. It's not that I don't agree with you. It's that I want something done now. And I want something done now that can be absorbed within their budget. I want something done now that solves the problem in its immediacy, but that by no means does it mean, oh, this is done and we're moving on. I don't want anyone here to think that. I don't want anyone in the public to think that. And if anything, this has forced my bringing up this ordinance has basically made the issue come forward. And I'm glad that it has. And it's my intention that next term I'll be working with the administration to figure out where and what we're going to do in the meantime. So again, it's the start of a conversation. It is not lost on anybody that a porta potty is not the preferred alternative, but in trying to get something done that is fair to everybody, meaning it's handicap accessible, this is the best option that we have.
Point of personal privilege.
So you?
Yeah, Alderman Moran was mentioned, is that correct? Yep. May I?
Yes.
So this is my meaning to clarify these. I know Alderman Clemmons will do that. I know Alderman Senate would do something like that, Alderman Lopez, Alderman Gregg. I don't mean, when I hear you say I mean government when I'm speaking as a totality, because you're just one piece, right? And that's where the science of the social aspects come from, and Alderman Lopez has probably been doing this on the board longer than I have. And that's the type of conversation I think that I was challenged with by my peers about explaining the difference between I and we in government, and who, because collectively we're the governing body. It's not the President Wilshire or Alderman Clemmons. It's the government as a whole with the executive branch and what happens down at in the judicial branch. It's just how the system works together. And when I say the trust isn't there. It's just based on my knowledge of the social dichotomy of the government, the way it's functioning today, but that has not been my experience over time with the city of Nashua and its leaders. It's just a different time based on downward pressure from the top, and I get it. It's not a personal gripe that I have with any particular person, really, but it's really the government role that they hold, or the elected title. It's not me saying, hey, Tim, what are you doing? It's me saying, Alderman Senate, what's going on here? And I think a lot of folks get lost on that, because when you're executing social change, it can be personal. It has to be sometimes. But I don't want you to think that, and others whom I respect to think that ever. So, thank you, Madam President.
Welcome. Alderman Gregg.
I just had a question, it's probably a full-on newbie question, and trying to bridge my knowledge of State House and kind of how we do things here and how we do it there. When we do an indefinite postponement at the State House, it's meant to like really stick a knife in something and be like, we're done with the discussion, we're not doing this anymore. So I'm just wondering why this has to be indefinitely postponed if we still, I hear that you're saying it's not done, that there's going to be more discussions. This is just a stopgap for right now until we can figure out even how to fund this or whatever. So why does this need to be indefinitely postponed?
Alderman Clements?
Yeah, I can answer that. So this particular, it's very specific, right? So the legislation is very, very specific in the hours, and there's a sunset in it, built into it. There's all sorts of, it's specific to City Hall. That's one thing. So if you indefinitely postpone that, you could bring it back here without the sunset, for example, or you could do it, some other way if you wanted to. But the other part of that is we're at the end of the session anyway. So even if we indefinitely postpone it, we're only indefinitely postponing it till Inauguration Day, and then somebody else could reintroduce it if they wanted to. So if you were to indefinitely postpone something like this at the beginning of the term, then yes, then for the next 2 years, you would have a lot of restrictions around what you could bring forward again. But it's kind of a moot point at this point because we're at the end of the term.
So it's just to kind of like wrap it up. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, the motion is for indefinite postponement. Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien.
Yes.
Alderman Gregg.
No.
Alderman Moran.
No.
Alderman Thibodeau.
No.
Alderman Govea.
No.
Alderman Lopez.
No.
Alderman Sullivan.
Yes.
Alderman Clemens.
Yes.
Alderman Senate.
No.
Alderman Jettie.
Yes.
Alderman Tebow.
Yes.
Alderman Clee.
Yes.
Alderman Dowd.
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly.
Yes.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes.
9 yeas, 6 nays.
And that motion carries, and ordinance 2571 is declared indefinitely postponed.
Second reading of O-25-072 regarding disposition of real property.
Alderman Moran.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to move for indefinite postponement of O-25-072 by roll call, and can I speak to it?
Alderman Moran.
Thank you, Madam President. So this was something that predates Director Sullivan and I and Corporation Counsel, Deputy Corporation Counsel worked on this. However, I dropped the ball myself on it, and then towards the end of the term, I came to infrastructure. I meant to meet with Director Sullivan following that, to follow up to refine this, but clear and transparent, I have 2 herniated discs in my neck, and I have severe nerve damage in my right hand. Today it's working. Last time I couldn't hold, and I made the can of soda, and the water went everywhere. And it's extremely painful. If anyone's ever seen my wife drive me around, I don't have a DUI, all right? I can't drive. My hand is bad. run my name. So I just couldn't. I was not able to open my hand or to really, the pain is, I've never experienced nerve pain this bad. So, but I have a surgery scheduled after my term ends, and it'll resolve. But ultimately, the purpose of this was to talk about disposition of city land when it's used for purposes of redeveloping. And it goes back to some of the things that I've been talking about for the last 4 years regarding what is affordable housing. Everyone has a different opinion on what that is, and I don't think anyone really could define it. I think our current exclusionary zoning is 80% AMI. Is that correct? Is that right? Sounds right. My idea was bring it down to 60 and then limit based on the amount of units, so small businesses wouldn't be burdened with government, because I am very attuned to government putting their thumb in the back of a small business's neck. I want to relieve that as an option. But we just didn't have the time. And most certainly this is something significant that requires the time, and I couldn't be there to put the effort in. And I apologize to Director Sullivan and Cummings for that. And I was going to go back to infrastructure, but then on top of the nerve pain, as Alderman O'Brien knows, because I reached out to him as chairman, my daughter's Christmas pageant. Not doing it, can't miss the family anymore, guys, I'm sorry. But I think this is something that folks could use in the future. I hope it gets brought back in a more refined approach. And the thought of it is bring it down to somewhere near 60%. Because what is 60% AMI in the city of Nashua? It's like $60,000 for a single person, 90-something for a family of 4. It's still a lot. So imagine what 80% is right now. AMI keeps going up because of the thriving real estate market in this state. The joke is, at least my joke, you can't walk anywhere in this state without running into a state rep, an attorney, or a real estate agent. And it just seems to be a common practice. But what is the purpose of government land? And I could go back into, again, the zoning enabling legislation from the 1920s. I can go into red line districting. My party hates it, but we're doing a different version of it, right? We're doing it based on social status and continuing to allow people to, there's plenty of engineering jobs in this city. There's plenty of those high income earning jobs. There's also plenty of jobs at Wendy's, McDonald's, Kohl's, JCPenney, my first job as a kid, JCPenney at this mall. But you could get an apartment at Twin Ponds, super cheap. My first apartment on Kinley Street was like $550 a month. And I worked at E.J. Wright on Main Street. You guys remember that? Yeah, I'm very attuned to like the cost of those folks who can't live here, and they service the higher income folks, all right? And when higher income folks aren't serviced, they don't come back, and they don't want to live here. It might take time, because that's how it works for the wealthier to realize that they're not getting their DoorDash quick enough, all right? And I would love to use more jargon and such, but maybe this is just a more relatable conversation. And it's not about socialism and making sure that, we give free property to low income. No, it's about someone, some guy's working 60 hours a week right now to buy his future wife an engagement ring, and 30% of his income is going to his rent, okay? If he's lucky, yeah, exactly. And then they want to have a family. And whatever you define your version of family, that people can have that, all right? But they can't do it in the city because of the types of developments that are happening. So where does government come into play? They help make it somewhat equitable by realizing that the AMI is going up, and no longer years ago, when it was a great thing that you guys did when I wasn't on the board, is no longer practical anymore. And that's where it all came from. And I know Dr. Sullivan and I have had conversations about it needs to come down. This is not a thing about the city admin saying no. It's just not about figuring out the fine details of it, because it's super complicated. And if anyone's going to be able to do it, it's these guys over here and Manager Durfee and an Alderman Senate and Alderman Lopez and Alderman Gregg and Alderman Kelly, etc. And I hope that someone decides to look and see what the soul and purpose, a disposition of government land, the people's land, and how it's going to be used and recognized and retained. Because no matter what happens, I'm here, my business is headquartered here, 50 employees, we're doing great. This is thriving for me. But also, my clinicians who have master's degrees can barely afford to live here. And that's saying something, all right? Because healthcare, high demand. I'm competing with six-figure salaries, and they still can't afford to live here at market rate. And it's unreasonable. And if you talk to other small businesses outside of the ecosystem that we're all familiar with, and part of my, I'm not McDonald's. I don't have the $1 billion to go and do market research. I'm also not Burger King. I just don't open across the street from McDonald's. I like to think about the Dave Thomas approach. So when I go downtown and I walk into Joann's and I see President Wilshire, I know President Wilshire gets it because certain people go to Joann's, President Wilshire. And then I will run into Alderman Sullivan at Prest because certain people go to Prest. But we can all share that ecosystem together for the betterment to lift people up. It's government land, and I wanted to do something, but I just couldn't get it there, and it's my own feelings for it, despite the efforts of the city admin. So please someone bring it back. And if you need my advice on it, or another strong Alderman Lopez on the social science, just give him a call. There's so many research studies on it and how it's not socialism. It's getting that guy who's working 60 hours a week to be able to go and buy his diamond ring at the local mom and pop jewelry store, not the one at the mall, and refocusing where your social economy is to work together to lift each other up with a bit of individualism and faith.
The motion is for indefinite postponement of ordinance 2572. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien.
Yes.
Alderman Gregg.
Yes.
Alderman Moran.
Yes.
Alderman Thibodeau.
Yes.
Alderman Govea.
Yes.
Alderman Lopez.
Yes.
Alderman Sullivan.
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons.
Yes.
Alderman Senate.
Yes.
Alderman Jettie.
Yes.
Alderman Tebow.
Yes.
Alderman Clee.
Yes.
Alderman Dowd.
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly.
Yes.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes.
15 yeas, 0 nays.
That motion carries, and ordinance 2572 is declared indefinitely postponed.
Third reading of O-25-076, amending the land use code by amending the accessory dwelling unit ordinance and definition of dwelling unit accessory.
Alderman Lopez.
I'd like to make a motion for final passage of O-25-076 by roll call, and I'd like to speak to it briefly.
Alderman Lopez.
So without too briefly summarizing it, we brought it back to the committee and discussed it in more detail. And without speaking for my colleagues, some very good ideas were brought up about different scenarios that might take place, whether we wanted to do the upper limit being half of a building, or whether we wanted to put a higher footprint on it. And it was also pointed out that at the moment, a person can apply for the accessory dwelling unit and use the state's lower threshold than what our city staff assessed and contemplated. And if we try to change the legislation as it stood, we'd have basically just torpedoed it, because then it has to go through another public hearing, and any substantive change would have had to make us go over the process when we have not very much time left to do that. So I think we can start with this, because it's a start. It does expand slightly over the state recommendations, and it was crafted by our own staff for the the situations we find ourselves in. But we can also build on it over the next legislative term, and maybe refine it a little more as we start to see if there are any effects that are unintended, or if there's a greater appetite. I think one of the examples that was given was, what if somebody had I don't remember how big it was, but it was like a preposterously large house. What if they wanted to split it in half, and create an accessory dwelling unit? If it's such a big house, would that actually be allowing them to create a duplex? There are implications to just making changes on the fly, but city staff and the committee were pretty confident that what we had was definitely something that would work.
Okay, heard the motion. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien.
Yes.
Alderman Gregg.
Yes.
Alderman Moran.
Yes.
Alderman Thibodeau.
Yes.
Alderman Govea.
Yes.
Alderman Lopez.
Yes.
Alderman Sullivan.
Yes.
Alderman Clements.
Yes.
Alderman Senate.
Yes.
Alderman Jettie.
Yes.
Alderman T-Vote.
Yes.
Alderman Clee.
Yes.
Alderman Dowd.
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly.
Yes.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes.
15 yeas, 0 nays.
That motion carries, and ordinance 2576 is declared duly adopted. Business unfinished at previous meeting.
Third reading of R-25-220 relative to the supplemental appropriation of $200,000 of assigned fund balance into Department 194 contingency account 70100 general contingency for the intended purpose of covering expenses to clean up Main Street and the riverfront.
Alderman Tebow.
I'd like to make a motion for final passage of R-25-220 by roll call. And I'd like to speak to it briefly, please.
Alderman Tebow.
Thanks. This was something that we had talked about when we were trying to find different ways to ensure safety and cleanliness of the downtown. Director Hannum checked out Manchester's situation of what they were doing and came up with this plan. I actually bumped into the mayor of Manchester, Jay Ruiz, on Monday night, well, last night, and I actually asked him about his clean team, and he said great things about it. He says the people of the city love it. They do a great job cleaning up their Main Street, which is Elm Street, obviously. And he had nothing but good things to say about it. So I think it's a worthwhile program. You know, obviously, if Director Hannum anybody has any questions for Director Hannum, she's here, but that's it.
Okay. You've heard the motion. Is there discussion? Alderman Moran.
Thank you. I'm not going to change my vote, and I'm not going to drag it out any further. I just would want to point out that if Alderman Jettie, my colleague from Ward 5, will recall, I had a similar idea several years ago about snow cleanup on sidewalks, and we discussed a fund, and we met with DPW, and we ran into that union piece, and I thought, and you disagreed about moving the money into the fund that was recommended by Director Photo. This is a different version of that. I'm glad the union thing gets worked out and such, but I'm just a no. But I think everyone knows why I'm a no. But I think the concept is a good idea. It can be also used for that purpose of not just downtown. There's so many other places that need help, and if it could even be used to shovel snow, I'd be like, that's cool, guys, I'm glad. Because it came out of seeing an elderly person initially I thought it might have been, I had my Narcan thing, you know, Alderman O'Brien can attest to why you need to carry that around. But it was just a need to help shovel. And we got pushed back by Alderman Jettie, and it didn't go through. But I like the concept overall and how it would be used, whether it's downtown, shoveling somewhere or cleaning up things. But there's so many areas in this city. I know the school's responsibility is to shovel the sidewalks at the schools, but then there was also a constituent around the same time after the elderly person fell in front of Harbor Care, going to his primary care office at, guess what, a homeless federally qualified health care center, and they're not responsible for shoveling that. So there's been things happening, but who's been asking for the help sometimes gets a better response, and that's just my whole point the entire time. Nothing personal. I know it, I love downtown. I go there every day.
Alderman Clemens?
Thank you. Director Hannum, I have a question through you, Alderman Wilshire, to Director Hannum.
Sure.
The title of this says the River Walk and Main Street. Is it truly restricted to those two areas, or is this more of a downtown cleanup area?
Yeah. Director Hannum?
Liz Hannum, Economic Development Director. It is downtown, so it would go all the way out to the Mill Yard and up through the side streets as well. The riverfront piece of it is really just for kind of large trash pickup. It's not, regular maintenance is taken care of through the TIF district funds. This would just be additional kind of specifically homeless response in that area. In the Main Street and downtown area, it would be much more general cleanup and kind of ambassador welcoming kind of program.
Alderman Clemens?
Could part of this be if there's an area that, after the snow tonight, for example, if there's an area that didn't get to, could they shovel the sidewalk?
Yes, these funds would not be restricted specifically to Main Street. They would be used for overtime, at least during this 6 months period. Once we move into a operational fund, where we would ask for it in the budget, then we could determine whether or not that would be restrictive or not.
Yeah, I'm just, if I could continue, I'm just thinking of, I saw an email from that Director Cummings forwarded to me and some other folks about one of the property owners downtown throwing snow into the sidewalk, which created, an issue for a local business owner. So, but I'm thinking like a situation like that, this team could be deployed, it's shoveled, it's done, they can move on. And I'm hoping that like those type of situations, that these people can be called upon and things like that can be remedied.
Yes, definitely. That would be the idea behind this.
That's great. Thank you.
Alderman McKelly?
Thank you. In full fairness, I've also spoken with Director Sullivan and Director Hannum around this sort of clean team. I'm still a no, and there's a couple reasons why. First is price tag. $200,000 is 2/3 of what we just put to the resource center that we know is actually $1.5 million to actually get done. So there's that. Second, it's a supplemental, but what we've been doing with this, we've been using this emergent problem to say we're going to put money in the police budget for overtime and now in this budget for helping to clean up. And what we're going to end up doing is pushing our budget up because this is not going to go away next year. We're now going to have to find $200,000 every single year for cleanup. And that's one of the things I heard about the Manchester thing was it was good, but it was very expensive. And so those are the things that I'm struggling with. I think a lot of the things that have come forward under this emergent problem are things that need to go through the budget. And I know that my colleague from Ward 6 said that, and we don't usually agree, but I think that that was very important, that these things need to come through the budget and need to be thought through. If we built a lovely riverfront, which I was very excited to see, then this should be something that we should be considering, as a long-term budget issue. So those are the reasons that I'm concerned, and I do appreciate the idea. I helped, talk through what those things could be, but those are my concerns.
Yeah, and I do want to just say that the regular riverfront maintenance, like the new parks and the riverwalks, that maintenance is planned and is in the budget for this year. This would just be additional funds that DPW don't do, like large, if there's a couch somewhere or things like that, that we would normally have to go out. So that would be where this team would come in. So regular landscaping, things like that is all done through the existing operating budget, but.
Follow-up?
Yes.
Do you think the homeless problem is going to go away next year?
No, I do not. Okay. No.
Alderman Lopez, and then Alderman Senate.
Obviously, I represent downtown, so something that brings resources, I will be supportive of. I think over the years that I've served as alderman, it's become pretty clear to me that DPW is stretched very thin. With respect to Director Hannum, I would actually point out that every time that I've reported somebody did leave a couch somewhere, they did show up and get it, but it wasn't necessarily immediate. It was very often, depending on how intrusive it was, that it was removed. But they try their best, but they could use help. And the needs of DPW citywide and the priorities aren't necessarily going to be specifically the same as the downtown business owners or downtown residents, who I think should not be forgotten in this. And all of them need a clean space. I think areas like West Pearl Street, I don't know what's going on there, and I've never been able to figure out exactly what the culprit is, but there's always debris blowing back and forth. And I know there's wind, but like wherever you put a garbage can, stuff blows out of it. I know we have the new ones, but it seems like there's always a need to clean something. So for that reason alone, the same reason I would not be opposed to putting a public restroom downtown, it's a necessary amenity for a highly used space that a lot of people are sharing. And I think the more we're taking care of it, the more we're likely to be able to coexist in it. I do disagree with the downtown business owners' particular finger pointing, I guess I would call it. But I cannot dispute that downtown can use extra cleaning. It's heavily used by a lot of different people doing a lot of different things. So this makes sense to me. I would also point out that it is just a trial model, and if it turns out that we do need to integrate something, we might have other options too, like adding on or expanding DPW, or better understanding the different relationships between who's managing parks, the TIF district, and DPW. I know Director Hannum has done a lot of work in that area particularly. So there's an opportunity in front of me to say, yes, we'll address a situation that's unfolding. So I would like to take it, and then I would be more than happy to be involved in further conversations. I was also personally assured by Director Hannum that I would be notified whenever human feces was being pooped up. So I will make sure that I'm on the ball there as well, and if there's a need for more public health intervention, then I will advocate for that as well.
Alderman Senate.
Thank you, Madam President. Not to bring up conversations that have already taken place, but much like an earlier piece of legislation that we voted on tonight, if I'm reading my legislation in front of me correctly, this is another one that we're going to be voting on again. Not just tonight and it's done and over with. We're moving these funds to contingency, and the analysis states that once the method of cleanup is determined, a second resolution to transfer the money from contingency into the appropriate operating budget accounts will be required. This gives me pause because we've heard that this is to fund DPW overtime, but DPW is not here to speak to it. The legislation itself suggests that it doesn't contemplate a plan yet, and so this just gives me pause, and unless those can be adequately suggested, I do not intend to change my vote on this legislation.
Director Hannum?
There is a plan now. When we wrote the legislation, we were unsure how we were going to manage it, but we do have a plan now. And that is for the next 6 months, we would do DPW overtime through our Parks Department. And then if it gets approved through our operational budget, then we would hire additional staff through our Parks Department as well to manage this long-term, as Alderman Kelly mentioned, that it would be a long-term plan.
Follow-up, please.
Alderman Senate.
If this were to not pass, and theme of the night is me directing my questions in the wrong place, so whomever can answer. If this should not pass, given that a second resolution to transfer the money from general contingency to the appropriate operating account will be required, is it possible that this $200,000 of assigned fund balance could simply come forward in a new life as a transfer to the Department of Public Works overtime account? Whomever.
Attorney Bolton?
If it doesn't pass tonight, the likelihood is that it lapses at the end of the term.
Sure.
next term, it would be very possible for someone to, once it's decided the route that will be taken, it won't be a mere transfer because you haven't appropriated it yet. So it'll be a supplemental appropriation into whatever the appropriate account is.
And just real quick follow-up.
Yes.
That's what the second legislation would be if we do pass this too, right? A supplemental appropriation?
The second, if it gets passed tonight, this is the supplemental appropriation.
Okay.
If that does happen, at some point, it will be moved from contingency into the appropriate account. And that would be the second piece of legislation.
Thank you.
Alderman Moran.
Thank you, Madam President. Would it not be reasonable to assume if there is now a plan that it should go to committee to be vetted by the public, by their aldermen, so it's heard and debated in front of the people? Or is this one of those scenarios where it's that asterisk where, the power influence thing happens? I'm just curious. No one, it's a rhetorical question. You do not need an answer. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Alderman Senate.
I'd actually like to just sort of piggyback on that. It could be rhetorical if the board decides, but I know that this did go to the Budget Review Committee. It seems prudent that it would also go to the Board of Public Works, but that's just me sort of thinking out loud.
Anyone else?
Madam, so,
Alderman Jettie.
thank you. So could the maker of the motion, clarify for me? I noticed this is the third reading, so can you remind me, how did it get to the third reading? What happened at the second reading? Did we not deal with this then, or not?
Alderman Tebow.
Yeah, sure. Well, it was still out there, so we could still do something with it. So we got different people in here tonight, so I wanted to bring it up again.
So could you just remind me what happened at the last?
It lost.
Attorney Bolton.
Failed.
At the last Board of Aldermen meeting, a motion was made for final passage. It's a supplemental appropriation, requires a 2/3 majority. It did not receive that. A second motion was then made to indefinitely postpone. That motion also failed. So it remains before the board. It is the very definition of unfinished business, or whatever section we are, business unfinished at previous meeting. And so now a motion has been made for final passage, which again will require a 2/3 vote because it's a supplemental appropriation.
Okay, thank you for the reminder. I just forgotten how we got here. Thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien.
Yes.
Alderman Gregg.
No.
Alderman Moran.
No.
Alderman Thibodeau.
No.
Alderman Govea. Alderman Govea.
No.
Alderman Lopez.
Yes.
Alderman Sullivan.
No.
Alderman Clemmons.
Yes.
Alderman Senate.
No.
Alderman Jettie.
Yes.
Alderman Tebow.
Yes.
Alderman Clee.
Yes.
Alderman Dowd.
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly.
No.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes.
8 yeas, 7 nays.
And that motion fails.
Madam President, I move for an indefinite postponement.
Motion is for indefinite postponement.
Did we just fall in a time warp?
I know, but why not? By roll call.
By roll call. Oh, yeah, that's by. Alderman Clemmons.
Just, I know I'm not the only one. I will be sponsoring to bring this back next term.
Further discussion? Motion is for indefinite postponement. Would the clerk call the roll, please?
Alderman O'Brien.
Yes.
Alderman Gregg.
Yes.
Alderman Moran.
Yes.
Alderman Thibodeau.
Yes.
Alderman Govea.
Yes.
Alderman Lopez.
No.
Alderman Sullivan.
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons.
Yes.
Alderman Senate.
Yes.
Alderman Jettie.
Yes.
Alderman Tebow.
No.
Alderman Clee.
No.
Alderman Dowd.
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly.
Yes.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes.
12 yeas, 3 nays.
That motion carries. Resolution 25-220 is indefinitely postponed.
Second reading of O-25-083, amending the parking meter times in Zone 1.
Alderman Lopez.
I'd like to make a motion to remove from the Committee on Infrastructure ordinance O-25-083 by roll call. And I'd like to speak to it.
Alderman Lopez.
Okay, so I had my hearing at the Committee on Infrastructure. It was pointed out by one of the members that this really should be a decision made at the full board. However, I'm also acutely aware that this is beyond the 11th hour, and I felt like I owed it to the people that have complained or expressed concerns downtown to at least ask for it to be reconsidered. I took issue with some of the claims that the constituent feedback that I had was vernacular and wasn't necessarily data. I attempted to collect data, and I asked parking for information as well. They were kind enough to meet with me, and I would just want to clarify that me belaboring this point on behalf of my constituents is advocacy. It is not an indictment at all of the parking department. I particularly appreciate over the years working with Jill Stansfield, and she's been very responsive and very helpful in many, many situations that we faced. But I also respect her enough to disagree, and I respect her enough to trust that she understands my role, even as I understand that she will advocate for her role professionally. The chair of the Committee on Infrastructure has provided us with another copy of the downtown parking study. I have jokingly provided him with a copy of the recycling calendar for this year, just because we have this. We have the PDF version. It's online, and I hope everybody has read it, because whether or not I agree with all of the conclusions, it was a lengthy amount of work that was done by the Committee on Infrastructure. I sat in on more than a few meetings, even though I'm not a member. I watched all of them because I am representing downtown and was more than a little curious about what was being done with the parking. So I understand the logic behind it. What I am concerned about, and what I've been asked to represent, is the whiplash effect that downtown businesses are experiencing. So with my feelings hurt, I tried to go and collect data. And one of the first things I had determined was data is very hard to get when it comes to parking. Even from our own city systems, there are reporting and data measuring tools that the department has asked for that we haven't been able to give them. So where I sat down with Jill and her team and tried to get data on which time frames were being used and which meters were being used, it became clear that there wasn't a way to get parking ticket data specific to zones or areas without literally calculating all the numbers and hacking their ticket system to figure out how the numbers are randomly generated. I thought maybe I could at least drill it down to time frame, but there isn't a way to get the report to generate hourly from what we could see. So I wasn't able to collect the data that I thought would prove my point handily, that specifically a lot more tickets are being issued between the 7 to 9 time frame, and that's disproportionately impacting perception of downtown. I thought maybe then I could get parking meter data and find out how much revenue is being generated. That isn't as easy either, and I'm paraphrasing. I'm happy to be corrected, but we would have to pay another contractor to study that just to find out how much we're making if I want specifics. So I'm not 100% sure where that leaves the fiscal note, but what I was able to tell pretty plainly, and from the data that the parking department shared with me, is parking has been wildly inconsistently applied, particularly in this time frame, not due to any intentional plans or strategies, but due to staffing issues. Staff who would normally be doing the ticketing were out for periods of time, and you could see a noticeable drop in the parking tickets that were issued during that time because there was nobody to issue it. So the net effect is people who are downtown getting used to where they're going to park and the new restaurants that are opening up and all the activities that are going on, they have been violating the parking rules that we changed and receiving no feedback for it. So I think this undermines the effort to teach or change behaviors that Desmond identifies as the purpose. It has been, as far as I know, the purpose of the parking department not to generate revenue, but to educate and to manage parking practices to the benefit of the businesses and the people downtown. It was cited in this study that one of the reasons that parking needed to be modified was so that people don't lurk in front of businesses for a long period of time. Except the business owners are the ones saying that, particularly in this 2-hour time frame, it's not a problem having people park in front of them from 7 to 9. And it encourages more people to come and participate and see a lively spot. And we've inadvertently created a chilling effect, which affects the restaurant staff themselves, the residents who are going to and from and maybe trying to bring friends who don't want to deal with parking, the performers. We did receive letters from Casey McGee's and from Peddler's Daughters at least, articulating the issues that they've had. So I feel at least somewhat assured that nobody thinks I was just making this up. I took issue with it because I don't really have to pay for parking. So I wasn't doing this for any particular benefit or interest. I live downtown. I can walk downtown. I'm never going to need parking necessarily. But I do represent people who do. So I want to be fair to them. And I do represent people who need other people who drive to be at their businesses. So I'm asking for this to be considered by the full board. I will probably revisit it further. In talking to Jill, she endorses the idea that we need to probably bring the stakeholders back in and do a check-in and find out, okay, is this working the way we thought it would? What are the things that you're seeing? Even in my attempts to collect data, I found places like between U.S. Chicken and Hidden Pig where they're not individual spaces, which is different from other parts of Nashua. So people don't know they actually have to pay there. And I was in a car that was like, oh, look, this is a spot for free parking. That's weird. And then we realized because the cars behind us all had tickets sitting on them that wasn't free parking. There was just a parking meter that didn't have obvious signage with all the Christmas things. So if we hadn't been more careful, we might have fallen into that whole situation. We had dinner, and then the cars were still sitting there ticketed, so those people are sitting there with no idea that they've been ticketed, having their dinner somewhere, presumably. So some of what Desmond says is happening, where people may be scoffing at the law, is probably valid. But we also actively changed the law, and we made it 9 p.m. instead of 7. And we haven't effectively, or I won't say effectively, we haven't consistently applied that. And because of that, it's having a chilling effect. I think it's negatively affecting the downtown businesses that operate particularly at night, that rely on that transition time from dinner crowd to after dinner crowd. And I don't think it's having the effect that we expected. I do think there's some value in making sure that people know the parking garages are open and making sure that when the Performing Arts Center is there, they're not occupying all of the parking. But I think there's other ways to do that. And I think before we try to do any of that, we should probably make sure the parking garages are fully operational in their new form so they're attractive rather than trying to drive everybody into them. So I wasn't able to articulate a lot of that at the Committee on Infrastructure. I appreciate the time that they gave me to try to make my initial points. I think I'm learning a lot and likely will continue to work on this and learn more as time unfolds. That being said, we're going to be a new board next year. We have several weeks before we can really even introduce any legislation. So any relief for businesses that are struggling in the hardest economic part of the year in January won't come unless we do something tonight, which is why I wanted this to be reconsidered.
Alderman Moran?
Thank you, Madam President. I would add on to my colleague from Ward 4. Matt Casey is a straight shooter. He is a very vibrant downtown business owner, and he is a respectable one. And not only that email that you got I go to Casey McGee's every day before Thanksgiving, the biggest day, right? I guess my generation still drinks, the other ones don't anymore. And during his busiest day, he noticed that I was hidden in the corner with my wife on our date night, and he went through his customers to tell me how this was impacting his business. Want to know how I know Matt Casey's a straight shooter, other than just going there and having a great time? When there was a mural on the side of his building that had Alderman Lopez's face on it, he did not want to offend the community, and he did the right thing. He talked to people, he made a donation to Revive, and I agree with him. It's his landlord's building. He's renting. This is not a situation where some business owner has a chip on their shoulder and is in a subsidized city building and gets subsidized repairs or any of that BS. He saw a thing that might be a problem, and he was proactive, and he put his money where his mouth was. That's the kind of guy you want in downtown, and that's the kind of guy you want to bend over backwards for.
I don't think he was offended by my face, though.
Well, there's only a few.
And I didn't paint
Everybody
it.
was worried about offending people with your face.
Yes.
Alderman Sullivan?
Thank you. I'm going to vote no to bring this forward. I think that there's a compromise here, and I think that we need to see to it that the next board works on that compromise. I think by just moving forward and making parking free after 7 p.m. and keeping the rate structure the same it's not a win-win situation. I think that this needs more discussion. Case in point, one thing that I didn't know that at the time at infrastructure, I think it was the next night, we were at the Capital Improvement Committee meeting, and it was introduced to us that there is a longer-term plan to build another parking garage here in the city. Now, that's going to take money, and that money is going to be derived from parking. And the thing is that we already have a $15 million bond on the 2 parking garages down here, and then if we want to add another one 5, 6, 7 years down the road, we need to start making sure that this parking department is funded. And if we just start chopping off hours and shooting ourselves in the foot by not thinking through the entire situation, by either reconfiguring the rate structure in Zone 1 and looking at the hours to make sure that we are maximizing our revenue, those are the discussions that need to be had. And I think that letting this lapse into the next board, having a longer discussion, I think is really worthy. And I'm not going to vote to move this forward tonight.
Alderman O'Brien.
Thank you. Madam President, I'm going to speak on behalf of the Infrastructure Committee. I do have an apology. What happened, it came before the board with the motion, as with all motions, should come in before the committee with the positive recommendation. Then you can have the discussion. But it quickly went to pretty much at the end, after listening to experts and everything, that not to support it. Okay? Now, I think Alderman Lopez, no matter what we did in infrastructure, would have brought this forward, because he doesn't agree with it. I don't know what to say. We paid a lot of money to a professional organization to look at the parking problem. They did produce a report. Yeah, thank you, Alderman Lopez, for the recycling calendar. I'll know what to do with it. But I think perhaps maybe you should read it, because then you get the idea of what we're trying to achieve here. The city of Nashua is not in the business to make money. So we have the ability to tax. But one of the things that is legitimate in getting revenue is parking fines. And from our experts of Desmond Design Management came out and says, oh, you got to look and rezone Zone 1, to which we did. And we increased it 50 cents, figuring that was within the degree of affordability. It started, and if you remember, this change hasn't been here a long time. So you can ask for all the information, but it has yet to be totally compiled by the parking department. Now, as we work with future projects, we can raise the tax rate, or we can say, out there is a revenue generator within the parking fines. I hope nobody gets a ticket, that they follow the law. Now, why the 2 hours? If you talk to a restaurateur, they make their money by flipping tables. So they can get another person to come in and dine. Granted, it's different when you get into a bar, because they're not flipping anything and somebody's sitting there for 5 hours, God bless them. I don't do that anymore. But I know I've seen it. But the thing is, when we do get the revenue, we were going to do some things with it. As what was brought up, we have 2 parking garages that slip through the fingers. Now we're hoping to stop futuristic things like that. So there's been talk within the infrastructure and with the parking department to look into an enterprise fund. Now, what's the benefit of that? I don't know completely. It may not be complete 100% enterprise fund, but by shooting this particular thing down, what will happen is we're allowed to collect the revenue, and Ms. Stanfield, head of the parking department, will be able to run the parking department. Now, that would peel it away from our municipal budget and be a savings to the taxpayers, because it's not coming out of the general fund. Now, I think it was Alderman Lopez that says, yeah, there was, a gap in service. That's because Parking Administrator Stanfield has a big gap and can't hire employees because we're not giving her the money. But she will be able to increase into getting into funding. Right now, I don't see where the complaint is, because I know we are potentially losing big cash because we haven't got an adequate parking force. People who park on Main Street, it was designated as Zone 1 because that's the premier. But you go 1 block off of Main Street and it's a lower rate. So if you want to park right in front of something, yeah, you get the 2-hour limit, but 1 block away you don't. And it's cheaper. So it was well thought, and I compliment Desmond for coming up with this and everything. Gives us something to look at. And yes, in time, we're going to have to look and reevaluate it to see what to do. I'm not going to sit here and tell you every idea I came up with. When I was a deputy chief on the fire department, I heard 50 great ideas a day.
That's right.
But I realized that the only one that mattered, I don't know. But we can't, go by. I think if we walk our neighborhood and say to people, do you like paying your taxes? What are they going to say? So if you ask somebody, You know, how do you think about the parking? Oh, I got a ticket, and they're gonna come out, and, oh, the sky is falling. The answer is simple, pay. You don't pay for the proper parking. So this is really working, and it's not a new idea. I think they do it in Rome, Paris, New York City, Denver, Colorado, and even close to home, Manchester. We're following what we paid for. And a good, conclusive study. Look at it. It is thick. But it is something. And that's all this is what the infrastructure kind of loosely going around based their opinion on. But the main thing I'll tell you, I'm not saying it doesn't need to be looked at in the future on the next board. I would like to get the numbers, how much has been generated. I hear the whispers, and if you're looking for a revenue source for the city, you won't be disappointed. But at the end, when this is done, it'd be a good time to reevaluate it. And if it's a problem, we can do it. You know, I will speak to some of the people, they're all good friends of mine, you know, Casey McGee's and particularly peddlers, you know, and try to get things smoothed out. But keep in mind, the reason the parking meter was invented is to make a flush. So people coming in aren't tallying up a spot for hours. And it ends at 9 o'clock. Think about it. You go to 5 o'clock dinner, you get out at 7. 7 o'clock people come in, they might get the better deal because if they stay past 9, they're not going to get a ticket as long as they paid the 7 to 9 hour. So there is a solution. Don't be a scofflaw and make it. And if people do error, the city counts on it as a revenue. And is it good? Yeah. And I'll tell you, as we look past our nose and future, you want overnight parking potentially, and we're working on it. And Desmond is coming up with ideas. But the parking enforcement group is going to need employees to enforce that. So you can rob Peter to pay Paul, but I am not going to support this. I think the infrastructure committee has spoken, and I look to see what the full board wants to do with it. I think it could be brought back in the next session by the next board, and maybe by then we'll have more than a couple months information. Personally, I'm asking for at least a year so we can see the economic revenue that has been generated here. So I think ending it at this time will be throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I would encourage wait until a later date, and then we can evaluate it. The other thing is, it's surprising a lot of people have approached Alderman Lopez, but I listened to the core group, and I think we know the leader of the downtown group. Now the name is escaped. Is it Blaisdell? But it was asked upon her, well, what does the group say? And she says, had no complaints. So, I don't know. I think maybe we can sit and just wait. Yeah, but if you want on a snowy night to go through it, I get the facts and figures. So we'll see what happens. Thank you, Madam President.
Alderman Dowd?
Yes, I'll be very quick because it's late and I know you're all cars out in the snow. Two things. At the infrastructure meeting, we all voted to not pass this. We had a long discussion about it. We just paid a consultant a lot of money to come up with a parking plan, and now we haven't even implemented it per se, and we're going to make changes to it. That doesn't make sense. I think that we need to give it a chance to see on this item and other items in the study if it's holding true to what was recommended. But without giving it a chance, we don't know, what we should be doing to it. And so my suggestion is, we at least go to the next board, give it a chance, have more discussions about it, to change that right now, because as even Alderman Lopez said, there's no data, can't get any data. So why are we changing it? On hearsay? No. We hired a consultant, we paid him a lot of money, let's go with his recommendations. Thank you.
Alderman Moran.
I thought Alderman Clemmons was before me.
Okay, Alderman Clemmons.
I'm sorry, I just didn't
That's
want to.
okay.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Alderman Moran. So I have thought long and hard about this. I co-sponsored the legislation with Alderman Lopez, and there's a reason for that, and it's because I have heard from 5 different business owners downtown that have all told me the same thing, that this is hurting their business. Now, we can debate whether or not that's true, whether or not there's other economic factors going on, in the world and in the economy and everything, and there probably is a mix of everything. But I can only say what I've heard from business owners, and what I've heard from business owners is that they are being hurt by the parking from 7 to 9, and we're facing an economy that is uncertain, a future that is uncertain. And I think in good times, that's when you move and you expand the hours of parking so that people get used to it, people have more cash on hand, people are able to afford such things. And that's when you make moves like that. I think we're heading into uncharted territories as far as where the economy is going. And I think we need to support our businesses downtown. This is like I said, I've heard from 5 different businesses. The 2 that have been mentioned are the 2 are included in that. But I think, as far as the parking study goes, and this is my own personal opinion, I've read it. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with the conclusions that I don't agree with 90% of it. I don't think that we got our money's worth. Some of the conclusions that were drawn in that study are counter to what we should be doing, in my opinion, here in Nashua. They're more in tune for other cities that have a more economically diverse downtown than we do. So that's my opinion on the parking study. I think Nashua needs to do its own thing, and I think we need to take the parking study with a grain of salt, and we need to look at it and say, okay, this is what it's saying, but how do we apply that in our own Nashua-focused way? Anyway, the point is, I'm going to support taking this out of committee. I'm going to support passing it this evening, because I think we need to give our downtown business owners a break. And I think, I think you have to listen to what people are telling you. I mean, I think that's been the lesson of this last, for me anyway, these last 3 or 4 months. Listen to what people are telling you. Go back in time and listen to what people had said before that you didn't listen to. Change your tune. So, in any case, that's one of the reasons I'll be supporting taking this out of committee. Thank you.
Alderman Moran.
Thank you, Madam President. And to my colleague at large, 1, 2 down, very admirable man, and I'm not just saying that. He knows. I invite him to Christmas parties, all
Me
right?
too. Thank
He's
you.
a very good dancer.
Oh,
All
yes,
right?
I am.
He is. And we argue fiercely. But I just want to, the core group there, right? They're kind of like the 9 to 5 folks for downtown, on the Downtown Improvement Committee. Matt Casey and the owner, and the folks at the bars and the later restaurants, they can't volunteer their time to be in the core group because their hours are different and he's sleeping when the core group's meeting. So there's very few of those types of business owners on the core group. I keep saying core group.
Downtown improvement.
I know it's a cycle of power of influence, Tom. Psycho 101, right? So remember, there's more core people out there, but it just takes time, like Alderman Clemens is saying, to listen to everybody as best you can. And sometimes that means going to a bar at 9 o'clock at night. But also, Alderman Sullivan has a great point, too. That's the frustrating point about Alderman Sullivan. He always had good points.
Sorry.
Alderman Sullivan and Alderman Lopez.
I did notice that Jill Stansfield is on Zoom. I'm wondering if I could request that maybe she could weigh in.
Ms. Stansfield?
Hi, good evening. Thank you for recognizing me. I'm Jill Stansfield, the parking manager for the city. I did include a few communications to the Board of Aldermen meeting this evening. I do hope everybody took the time to read them. I guess I just want to make sure everybody knows, I just caution, we put a lot of time and energy and effort into a parking study, which was something that the Board of Aldermen had requested. We are trying to make sure we can fund our department appropriately staff. As a matter of fact, I have staff out there right now plowing sidewalks and parking lots. I think there's a lot of things that may not be realized that our department actually do for the city. So I think that's kind of one of the first things I wanted to mention, just because I'm also at the same time managing snow operations for the downtown. So the biggest thing is the parking study that we implemented. We knew that we had to collect some data, and I had requested 1 to 2 years of it. What's in place right now was voted, was passed, we put in place, and from what I have seen and the data that we have, and this is fact-based data, especially the hours in the evening time, what we have in place is working. We're actually already exceeding what was projected for capacity and usage on our main street. So I do caution, if we do roll back these hours now, I think we're kind of doing ourselves a disservice here in the city. We have a lot of new development that will be coming online in the coming years, and I honestly don't even know if any of us have really realized the magnitude of what we're going to need to have in place for parking management. So I just caution on that. I'm always open to talking, and that's one thing. I did meet with Alderman Lopez after the fact that this legislation was put forward. I'm here. I'm always willing to talk to folks. I haven't heard these complaints, which I found odd, because usually folks do call me. I've always been very, open to having conversations with our downtown businesses if there are issues. So I did tell Alderman Lopez I'd love to sit down and have another stakeholder type meeting if there are some issues going on. And so I was a little bit surprised to see this legislation come forward where we haven't even been able to have a full year yet of the data from this. What we are seeing though, from my end, and again, it's data driven, that what we've put into place is working. And so I just caution before we make a decision, let's work together. I've pretty much dedicated my entire life to the city, and I'm willing to do the work. I think most of you all know that. So let's work together and not in silos. That is one thing that I've always encouraged, and in my department specifically, I have always encouraged that kind of work together type model, and it works. So if there is an issue out there and there are businesses that are struggling, we can work together, to find the right solution. So I'll leave my comments there, and I thank you for taking the time to recognize me.
Thank you, Ms. Stansfield. Alderman Lopez.
So with respect to the Downtown Improvement Committee that has been referenced as a core group, the only letter that I have from a member of that group on this topic is from Local Street Eats, and they were very clear that this is negatively affecting them, and they asserted such. I think one of the things that we can probably do much better is not focus on a core group that meets at 7:30 a.m. and not have a charrette or a group that meets at 5 to capture the other ones. And I have primarily been hearing from the evening restaurant owners. Now, the fiscal note suggests that we have the data that if we implement this change, it would reduce $150,000 worth of revenue a year, which is a pretty stiff price tag. One of the things I was looking for in order to differentiate how much of the revenue is actually being collected at this point, I can't get, because we can't break it down by time, and we can't say, okay, this is how many were actually collected between 7 and 9. It's bundled with all of the revenue. If we're really actually staking our parking garage or staff on just the 7 to 9 part, this is falling far short of that, because the parking garages we have just to renovate are millions of dollars. So I don't think it's realistic to even infer that we're going to be able to create a fund that would fund the garages. Now, staff, I don't have a problem with, but we have increased revenue and charges in order to generate that revenue throughout the day and in all of the other zones as well. While they may be cheaper, they all did go up. We added whole days to the revenue structure. And while I have a lot of respect for Jill and her team, I do disagree with a lot of Desmond's suggestions as well. And I think it's a little bit counterintuitive that they're treated as a professional, but they make mistakes like anyone else. They calculated that a $1.50 would be a tolerable raise, but nobody accounted for the fact that there would be a 49-cent transfer fee. So every time you pay $1 in any of the pay stations, the city's just giving away a quarter of it, because that's a tiny micro credit card transaction. The premise here that we can use side streets, and that works for all parts of downtown, is not as effective when you're talking about businesses that are centered around a bridge, because you can't park in the river, so there isn't a secondary parking location. And then with the number of different things that we've been having going on downtown in terms of infrastructure development, those have made whole sections of parking unavailable too. So that was where I hit a wall with collecting data, saying, well, as a ethical researcher or evaluator, I'm not sure I can say with any confidence that the data here doesn't all have a major mitigating factor, whether it's the parking garage at School Street, which exists in theory, but was largely inaccessible until only very recently and has a completely different pay structure, or the High Street garage, which has capacity, but a lot of it was also sublet to the School Street flats and other programs, so it's artificially occupied. Looking at this study and saying, okay, well, these are professionals, we paid them, they know exactly what they're doing, doesn't really explain things like us as a board having to immediately amend this when we passed it, because the parking garages weren't fully or accurately decided upon. That was a decision we made as a board that, okay, well, this wasn't perfect, we're going to need to tweak it. So I think this is a tweak. I don't think this is sabotaging or removing every single zone or every single increase or anything like that. I think it's targeting specifically an area that, number one, we never gathered revenue from before. We raised the time of parking collection from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. last year. So we're not talking about real dollars that we've already allocated in a budget. This is really the best time to say, okay, wait a minute. We might be collecting revenue from a source that it's going to cost us more than it's worth. And Conversely, when you listen to the restaurants and you actually go out and talk to them, they are very unanimous, and some of them very, very passionate about this is hurting them, this is harmful, this really needs to change. It's not just the luxury of going on a walk with your dog and saying, hey, do you like taxes? These are people's livelihoods who don't have a lot of it. And these are businesses that are struggling to pay increasing property rates, taxes, all of the expenses and overhead that are involving a business, while seeing people say, you just gave me and my tickets a friend as a city, so I don't want, or me and my friends a ticket as a city, so we don't want to come here anymore. That's hard for them to swallow. It's emotional, but that doesn't mean that they're wrong when they make their observations. And I think they should be listened to and they should be heard. And while I did do outreach this past weekend, the week of Christmas, and I didn't get as much response as I would have liked, that doesn't mean there isn't any, and I think any alderman here who wants to go and talk to these businesses in the evening is welcome to do so. Do your own independent research. Pretty confident you're going to get the same response.
Alderman Moran.
Thank you, Madam
Sorry.
President.
Sorry.
Oh, do you want, go ahead. I've already spoken.
Alderwoman Kelly, my bad.
I'm sorry.
The hour's late, sorry.
That's fine. So I think where I'm going to land here is that I think this has been a good conversation. I think we probably spent more time in this chamber in my 8 years on parking than anything else in the city. And many of us did, ask over and over again for this very large parking study that is sitting in front of us. But I think that clearly the conversation needs to continue in the next term. We want to hear what's happening, and a couple of things that I've been struggling with was data, right? Data. I run an advertising agency. When we put a digital ad in, we tell people you cannot touch that ad for at least 2 weeks because you got to see what happens. And I'm not sure that we've had enough time and enough data from what we were suggested to do for the parking study to start making changes. I also think there's data that needs to be pulled from business owners, because we all hear from one or two because we know them, but where does that consensus come in? I think that's important. And then the other piece I have is that I think that when we ask a consultant to come in and give us a study, their job is to consult. But our job is to make decisions that are right for the city of Nashua, and that's based on our experiences and our constituents. So I don't think we can hold up a report that's, however many pages this is and say, this is the gospel. We are charged with hearing our constituents and deciding what is right for Nashua. And that's not always the same as other cities.
Alderman Moran.
Real quick, I'm actually glad that Alderman Kelly went before me, because that's a perfect example of the analogy I was going to use. Sometimes I find consultants, I don't know this person, I don't want to critique them individually, but it's almost like insurance, right? You got to fight an insurance claim. A licensed clinician who's seeing people has to explain to someone who hasn't seen a patient for 20 years why their decision's wrong or defend their decision. You guys hear us, we're all making the decisions based off of the person that we're talking to and building relationships. Yes, I know a piece of that is localism and NIMBYness, but then when it's right and when it's wrong, typically. And I think that's a perfect example. At the end of the day, we make the decision. I don't know the background of the consultant. I think consultants are good and they have a place, and some of them are very good. Others, not so much, but ultimately, some of these conversations that you have with the patient, your business owner, downtown or up the street or wherever, can be informing. And we've seen that happen here. I know that's how people can work too, so that's a good thing. So, it's not the end-all be-all that a consultant puts something together. Because just like when I do forensic work in the court system, if I dispute an expert, I find the holes in it. So there might be a different opinion at the end of the day made by the court. And you guys hear us for the court. So.
Okay. Motion before us is to remove from the committee ordinance 2583. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien.
No.
Alderman Gregg.
No.
Alderman Moran.
Yes.
Alderman Thibodeau.
No.
Alderman Govea.
No.
Alderman Lopez.
Yes.
Alderman Sullivan.
No.
Alderman Clemmons.
Yes.
Alderman Senate.
Yes.
Alderman Jettie.
No.
Alderman Tebow.
No.
Alderman Clee.
No.
Alderman Dowd.
No.
Alderwoman Kelly.
No.
Alderman Wilshire.
No.
4 yeas, 11 nays.
That motion fails. New business resolutions.
First reading of R-25-235, authorizing Pennachuck Corporation to amend the loan agreement for its working capital line of credit with TD Bank.
Additional sponsors. First, Alderman O'Brien, Alderman Moran, Alderman Clee, Alderman Lopez. Alderman O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules for a second reading of R-25-235.
Motion is to suspend the rules to allow for a second reading.
Alderman Wilshire, I also put my hand up to sponsor.
Oh, Alderman Dowd, sorry. Okay. Motion is to suspend the rules for a second reading. Alderman Clemmons.
Yeah, can we just have an explanation why we need to do this evening as opposed to next term?
Yep, we do have Mr. Torres from Pennachuck, who's been very patient, waiting on Zoom. Mr. Torres?
Yes, good evening, everyone, and happy holidays, and thank you for taking the time to sponsor this resolution and I promise I won't take very long. This resolution really is the result of an update on TD Bank. TD Bank is the entity that we hold our $4 million working capital line of credit with. And as you may or may not recall, we underwent a merger with a number of our regulated utilities earlier this year. And as part of that merger, we had to modify many of the facilities with the bank. And during that process, one of the things that was missed was they did not memorialize the actual way the commitment fee works with TD Bank. And what it effectively does is it puts on paper the methodology that they use. And essentially, it's a 30-day 30-day unused line calculation, and it's paid on a quarterly basis throughout the year. It effectively is no different than what it was actually undergone in practice, but they realized that during the merger process that this was not documented. So they came back to me and asked me if we would go ahead and sign it. And I politely reminded them that that's not necessarily the way the process works. We are a regulated entity. Although this facility is at the parent, at PCP, it will require full approval by our board, which we sought and attained at our last Friday's board meeting. And then I informed them I had to go reach out to the city and garner their approval as well, which brings us to this resolution before you.
Okay, motion is to suspend the rules for the Alderman Jettie.
So through you to Mr. Torres, so as I understand it, this this commitment fee is, so you've got a $4 million line of credit, and you're paying the bank a commitment fee just to hold, even though you might not, even if you don't use that line of credit, you're paying them some percentage of the unused $4 million? Is that the way that works?
That's correct, Mr. Jetty, and that's pretty typical, the way these lines of credits work. This one happens to be at the parent, PCP. It is, as you correctly stated, it's a $4 million facility that we've had with TD Bank, I believe, as far back as 2013. And the way these facilities usually work is they're available to use. But the bank knows that you may not necessarily use it, but they are committing to setting that money aside for you at any point in time. So as part of that process, they do charge an unused fee on the portion that goes unused. I'm trying to think how much that typically goes. It's based on a SOFR rate, plus I believe 1 3/4%, so it's about 175 basis points on top of that. So typically amounts to, it could be anywhere from, a few $100s a month to maybe even as high as, just over $1,000 or so, depending on what that balance of the fee is, or in that account is. But that's pretty typical for these lines.
Okay, could I
Alderman
ask
Jetty.
one question? And so what the bank is doing, you're saying that this is the way that they're doing it now, even though there are loan documents that say something different? Is that correct?
No. What had happened was, during the merger process, all of these documents had to be updated. And what they realized is that it was never memorialized in the new version of the document because, many of these loans had to be modified because we do have external lenders beyond TD Bank. And there was a process that had to go through, quite frankly, what's called subordination. So we had to work with other external lenders to have their debt subordinated to TD, because TD is essentially our prime lender, certainly in regards to these lines of credit that we hold with TD Bank. So I received a call from the vice president of the Nashua region, and he actually reached out to me and told me, so, well, we need you to kind of sign off on this amendment. We had our legal team review it, and effectively the only thing that changed was that paragraph in the commitment fee. But really, it was just a memorialization of that. In practice, that's the way it was being done since we had that line of credit open with TD Bank.
Okay, and
Alderman
so
Jetty.
I noticed that this line of credit does not expire until September of
2026.
But I guess my first thought was, why do we have to do this tonight if it doesn't expire until 26? But you're saying what we're doing now is what the bank is asking you to.
That's a great question, because that's the same question I posed to them. The renewal's coming up in the fall of next year, but unfortunately, this was one thing that was missed during the last update of these documents, and this is something that they felt that they needed to have now, even though we weren't going up for renewal period in the fall of next year.
All set, Alderman Jetty?
I guess to the point that I can be, yes. Thank
Alderman
you.
Clemens?
Yeah, it's a compliant, I'm sure it's a compliance issue with the bank. Working in the credit union space, I know that, these things come up and basically, it's a right to cure. So you had an issue, something that was missed that should have been in the documents, it was not. So now you're curing that process. And, if the city doesn't do it, then TD Bank could just pull the line, I guess, if they wanted to. maybe not now, but certainly in September, so the short gain that we may say we may have by saying, no, we're not going to do this, well, they can pull that line at the end of that contract, and it's probably not a good thing to do. I think the right thing to do is to just pass this evening.
That's exactly correct. They could, if TD Bank so chose, to freeze the line now until we signed it. Like I said earlier, this doesn't change anything in practice that is currently being done by TD. It's just a memorialization of that, and it's exactly how you described. And quite frankly, this working capital line of credit backstops the two subsidiaries, PWW, and to a lesser extent, the service company, PWS. Although they don't have direct reliance on this line of credit, it does backstop the operation. So if there is a need, they do have an ability to draw on that line. Now, I will say right now, that line is at a zero balance. It has been for a number of months. We've been pretty fortunate not to leverage that line, but we still need its full availability when and if we do need it.
Motion is to suspend the rules to allow for a second reading. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien.
Yes.
Alderman Gregg.
Yes.
Alderman Moran.
Yes.
Alderman Thibodeau.
Yes.
Alderman Govea.
Yes.
Alderman Lopez.
Yes.
Alderman Sullivan.
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons.
Yes.
Alderman Senate.
Yes.
Alderman Jettie.
Yes.
Alderman Tebow.
Yes.
Alderman Clee.
Yes.
Alderman Dowd.
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly.
Yes.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes.
15 yeas, 0 nays.
That motion carries.
Second reading of R-25-235, authorizing Pennachuck Corporation to amend the loan agreement for its working capital line of credit with TD Bank, N.A.
Alderman O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to make a motion for final passage of R-25-235 by roll call.
You've heard the motion. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien.
Yes.
Alderman Gregg.
Yes.
Alderman Moran.
Yes.
Alderman Thibodeau.
Yes.
Alderman Govea.
Yes.
Alderman Lopez.
Yes.
Alderman Sullivan.
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons.
Yes.
Alderman Senate.
Yes.
Alderman Jettie.
Yes.
Alderman Tebow.
Yes.
Alderman Clee.
Yes.
Alderman Dowd.
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly.
Yes.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes.
15 yeas, 0 nays.
That motion carries, and Resolution 25-235 is declared duly adopted.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Torres. New business ordinances.
None.
Period for general public comment. We have one person signed up, Paula Johnson.
Good evening, it's Paula Johnson again. This almost feels like during COVID, 4-hour meetings, and we would Zoom, but people would take breaks and they'd run and grab something to eat or something, and because it was so long. Before I forget, I just want to wish everybody Merry Christmas, Happy Holiday Seasons, greetings. Before we know it, our new faces will be sitting around this horseshoe, and it'll be January 4th, and the members that are leaving, I want to wish them the best. I've known many of them for many years, and, that's what happens in elections sometimes. I was surprised I won, but people told me that I was a shoo-in. I didn't think so. But you don't know how it goes. Because when I ran for Board of Ed, that kind of disappeared from me 2 years ago, and now the same board that kind of took it away gave it back to me as an alderman. But I just want to say a night in review here. I learned a lot tonight. I took a lot of notes here. We found out about the playground equipment at Ledge Street, which we knew about the turf that was no good, and the Board of Ed, I knew when I was a board member that it was going and that they needed to do something, and they didn't act on it. We also knew the last meeting, we gave $3 million to the school department for a long-term vision on special ed needs, which I agree, you know, we've got kids coming in from out-of-district placement, but I didn't feel $3 million just, you know, just in case at this point in time, we should have done it, you know? We need a plan in place. We also had the resource center come up, and the mayor said, wow, guess what? We don't have any startup costs. And what did I say? How do you start a business with no startup costs? You gotta have a plan in place. So I'm seeing all this evolving, and this just happened in December. And then tonight, I learned that we need a new possible parking garage with the list of everything else here. And I kind of wrote all over everything. I like to take notes so I can remember things. So now we've got a new DPW garage we need to have, new wastewater facility and garage we need to have, new fire station on Pine Hill, we've got to have sick building like DPW sick building. I don't know what's so sick about it, but we'll find out. The library wants 20,000 square foot addition when we see people passing white powder in front of the building and everything. And now we found out a new parking garage probably. Wow.
30
So
seconds.
We're spending all this money and, you know, $350,000 we spent so we can find out what our schools are going to be like in 50 years from now. I went to that meeting. Why aren't we looking at where we're going to be 5 to 10 years from now when our school population is declining? I would suggest everybody who's going to be on this board with me, because I'll probably talk about that redistricting study. Our school population is declining rapidly, and we got schools we can't afford to keep open, and one of them is Mount Pleasant. Thank you all very much. Happy New Year, Merry Christmas. I'll see you next year on this board. I can't wait to sit down with all of you. Thank you.
Merry Christmas, Paul.
Thank you. Okay. Remarks by members of the board. I'm going to start over here.
Yes, I would just like to say that, as we all know, the election has occurred and we're losing some people on the board. I just would like to say that it was a pleasure working with you. It was a pleasure to see your dedication in this chamber, and I wish you the best of luck in your future exploitations. I can't wait to get out of here myself, but in 2 more years, I think I put enough time in. But the other thing is, I would like to thank Alderman Lopez for his advocacy on the parking, but I think staying the course is the correct way to do. And yes, I look forward to reevaluating it. And I would like to give a special thanks to our administrative assistant, Donna. I asked for this. It was only 9 pages. It's the one I meant. But we got this. This is good. Enjoy it. Like some of the reports with the city, use it for a doorstop. I don't know, you know. But as the parking goes on and continues, it will be a good resource. So I don't think it was a waste. So, but anyways, thank you for doing that. Anyways, I appreciate it. We're still discussing whose bad it was, but you say one thing and the other, but we're all good. So anyways, I want to wish my fellow board members a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and be safe, and we're looking forward to another go-around come January. And it's my last night that I get to attend a meeting, but I want to thank you all for, in the past 6 years, having me as your vice chair, and I appreciate that. So that's it. Thank you.
Well, I'd just like to, in that spirit of thanks, I'm so appreciative for all of you that I got to serve with for this last month. It's been a wild month, but I also want to remember the wonderful woman's seat that I sat in, Alderwoman Timmons, and she's so missed, and it's not lost on me that it's a privilege to sit here with you all in her place. So I hope you all have a wonderful holiday season. Thank you to everyone who keeps this city going. It is quite the endeavor, and everybody be safe tonight. I hear the roads are getting bad.
Alderman Moran?
As the hour is late, I'll try to be very precise. First, I need to thank my family for allowing me the opportunity to have the time to dedicate this to the people in the city of Nashua and those who elected me. They gave up so much of dad and husband, everything in between. And I know what many people around this chamber feel the same thing for much longer than I have had to experience it. Second, it was an absolute honor to be an alderman at large. Previously, as a state rep, I do think for the time being, I am done with elected politics. But, you know, our mayor has came back 20 years later or something. I think I might do something like that. You know, people age and go away, right? Things change. But it was an absolute honor to just be elected to do something like this in both state rep and an alderman, and to work with many of the people around this table, whether I'm adversarial or not, and whether you're like me or not. To me, and I'll be very blunt and clear, at my very last meeting, I am neurodivergent. I am on the autism spectrum disorder. I have a communication disorder. Some people can handle it, some people can't. I thrive in my industry, healthcare, because they're the only ones that really understand it. And I want to thank Adam Thompson as well for making sure the neurodivergence caucus in my political party came to fruition. And I was signing up for that right away. He couldn't make it tonight. He was going to be here, but the snow. I'll tell you that Nashua is a great city. When I moved here, because my wife was a Nashua native, you know, I never looked back. My first job as a teenager was at the mall, and when I entered into private practice, when I look to where I want to do the same kind of thing, I look for Nashua. And the last 6 months really threw off that optimism, because positive psychology is huge for me, whether it's the Sky Meadow shooting or the homelessness issues that are like, I was homeless as a child, as an adult. I have no problem in my little 3 in a day doesn't mean much. All right, that, you know, you get food if you're in Middlesex. So I understand that where I'm at now is better than where I was, but part of that is due to Nashua and the vibrancy of the city, and the negativity really wipes out that positive psychology. The negative economy is a bad economy. The scapegoat-getting economy is a bad economy. Please try to avoid it, because a lot of the great ideas of where you go expand and do things come from Nashua. Winter Park. I wouldn't have known about Winter Park if I didn't know Alderman Clemens. And it's things like that come from Nashua. I wouldn't know what Barbara used when I'm on the West Coast if I didn't have the right experience here at VIP, or the coffee shop where I see, I know that Ray and Mike were at Jaja's on which days, and when they were at Coffee and Kindness. You look for that when you travel to see where that sense of community is. Nashua has done a fantastic job of it, but in my opinion, over the past few months, scapegoating activity, people had different perspectives of it. I also got caught up in it, and that's not who I am, but sometimes from friction is one of the first conversations I have with Alderman Sullivan come great ideas. Downtown barriers, on the phone, I was in Boston, you called me about who can we put on the volunteer committee, and he said friction is a good thing, and that stuck with me too. Good ideas come from Nashua, and the vibrancy and the energy is here. Just keep being innovative. Don't scapegoat. Work hard. Be a Matt Casey. You know, it works. I know it works because it worked for me. 50 employees in Nashua, more nationwide, all because of the inspiration from the city and the people I've met along the way. Whether you like me or not, it never matters to me because I'm autistic. It's not there. It's not there. Sorry. Blame Tylenol. My mom took it. All right. But I want to wish you all a Merry Christmas to the city of Nashua. Thank you for giving me this tremendous honor. Thank you to my colleagues. I will definitely see you around town, that's for sure. Birthday parties, dinners, everything. I invited Alderman Clee to my home for Thanksgiving. You just don't do that. You just don't do that if you don't trust people, you know. I'm not going to do that one. But thank you all for the time and the patience.
Alderman Thibodeau.
When I was elected, I wasn't sure what to expect. I was told, and one of the things I've learned is party politics is ugly crap. And so when I first got elected, the voices talk to you. Watch out for so-and-so, and, you know, and you come, and unfortunately you come, yeah, they had you know. So unfortunately you come with preconceived notions, because I didn't attend a lot of meetings, I didn't watch a lot of meetings. The voices were wrong. So I've had an educational experience for sure. So thank you all. We've definitely had some moments, some of us, but for the most part, it's all been good. So I appreciate it. It was an educational experience, and I did write this big long thing. I'm not going to do that at 11:45. I'll email it to you, Tom. So Merry Christmas. Thank you so much. And that's it.
Thanks, Chris. That's true. Alderman Gouveia, is he still up with us? Do you have anything to add, Alderman Gouveia?
Yes, sorry, my apologies. Thank you, Madam President. I just want to thank all of my colleagues. It's been an absolute pleasure to serve Ward 1 for the past 4 years. We've gotten a lot done. We've had a lot of great conversations. We've agreed, we've disagreed, we've debated, we've compromised, and it's been an absolute pleasure. Getting elected in the city of Nashua is a great honor to represent a ward in a city that I've grown up in and have decided to settle down in. So I just want to thank everybody on the board, thank all the residents of Ward 1 for having the faith in me for the last 4 years, and I wish the next board the best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Lopez.
I want to start with thank you to my colleagues that are departing as well. This particular season, I guess, was special for me because my siblings that I grew up with, their names were Ernest, Chris, Tim, and Mike, and this is the first time I had all of them on the board. And Ernie was a hard find, but it really longest impressively. So that, after having served on the board this long, it still feels like yesterday that I just started doing it, but I have definitely come to respect all of you, and when a term ends or when a person decides that they find more purpose doing something elsewhere, there's a void, but you're not forgotten. You always have my ear. Feel free to reach out. Don't be a stranger. I've appreciated working with you. I also want to thank everybody for your grace in my motion earlier, because Alderman O'Brien is right. There wasn't much that could have been said in the infrastructure committee that would have swerved me from my course, other than, yes, that's a great idea, let's do it. And then I'd be like, all right, well, no speeches are necessary. I believe very passionately in advocating, and when people ask me to do something as alderman, I try with everything that I have. But I also trust the rest of you as a team. We vet these decisions, we explore them, because I've said it many, many times with the people in the organizations that I form or lead or a part of. I need to check myself too, just like anyone else. So I appreciate the input of everyone else, even when it is not in agreement. I think there is plenty of healthy respect in the room to continue discussions in a healthy and respectful manner in the upcoming term. I look forward to that. I want to thank everybody who attended the longest night vigil on Sunday. It was a great turnout and a very important moment for us to remember those that we've lost. It always serves to renew me. I am stressed leading up to it because it's such a responsibility to have something that's sacred and deliver it. But then afterwards, I always forget every year how I'm like the arrow from the bow. I pull back, and then as soon as I see the people standing around, acknowledging it, remembering the names that I know, I can do nothing but spring forward. So it was a great recognition of what we've been through and what we can do. And then finally, on hopefully a happier note, The Veterans Christmas Party over at Delanus is tomorrow night. We are still looking for gift cards, but we've had a great response with the different decorations. So the veterans will be decorating their halls. We're going to come by with food from Feed the Kids and Soul Sisters to make sure they have a Christmas Eve dinner. And I'm really looking forward to that too. So I want to thank everybody who's been involved and everyone who's supported that as well. And then finally, please drive safely. Like I said, the beginning of this session was sort of terrifying because I had a family member struggle with driving, and everybody's okay, everybody's safe, but please drive safely. And Merry Christmas.
Alderman Sullivan.
Thank you. I wanted to start with just a review of a couple of the resolutions that we had tonight. Alderman Lopez, as far as the parking goes, it's not a no, it's just a not now. So I think it's it's important to kind of put things into perspective, and I think it is worthy of a longer conversation that we should have, and we should get all the voices around the table and come up. I believe there is, you want to call it a compromise, a solution, it's out there. We just need to vet it a little bit more. The one about Ledge Street, I hesitated on the vote, and I kicked myself a little bit for voting yes on it. I don't know, some of you, I was in the Budget Committee, I railed on process a couple of, maybe a week or so ago, and there I was, kind of going against those values of process and planning and whatnot. So I felt that was kind of a bigger picture. And, but it's on the record, it is what it is, but, I thought long and hard. I went back and forth on that vote more than I have in a long time. To my colleagues that are leaving, thank you for your service to this city. I think it's really important to know that you don't need a title to be a leader, and go out back into the community, listen to people. You know how to get in touch with all of us now. You kind of have a great, I'm going to age myself, Rolodex. So just, keep that in mind and keep that going. And I've learned a lot this year, and I'm in a phase of self-reflection right now, and things that I've changed my mind on in the past year. And that list is getting longer. So thank you. I owe a lot of that to you. Hanukkah is in full swing. Christmas, I feel, has pretty much started, like in 15 minutes. So Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Be happy, be healthy in 2026. Thanks.
Alderman Clemmons.
I just want to briefly thank all of my colleagues who are departing. I think that you have all brought some valuable and worthy things to the table. And, through the years that I have served with all of you, I can just say that although we may not have agreed on everything, I can't say a bad thing about any one of you personally. So you've been fantastic people, and I just hope that you'll stay in touch and be the advocates that you have been through your terms on the board. Other than that, I want to wish everybody a happy holidays, and I'm looking forward to sleeping.
That's honest. Alderman Senate.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, to my departing colleagues, thank you for your service. It's been a pleasure to work alongside you and to get to know all of you. I think you've all brought something unique, varied perspectives to the board, but I think that's what makes a board like this run well, is differences of opinion, and as Alderman Thibodeau pointed out, bucking the voices a little bit and seeing that we can disagree without being disagreeable. I think that's a great takeaway from my colleague who then myself was the only other newbie 2 years ago. So I feel like we've kind of learned the ropes together, and it's been a pleasure to work with you. Alderman Moran, obviously I'm going to miss your perspective. I'm still not forgiving you for not running again, but we'll get past that. I know you'll be in touch, and look at us, a couple of kids that started at Sears, right?
That's right. That too.
Sears too.
I didn't work with you, Alderman Lopez, I'm sorry. But, no, it's been a fun first term, and it's, well, fun's a strong word. Yeah, but I'm looking forward to the next one. I think we have a lot of work laid out for us, and we're really going to have to dive in and get our feet wet. So I hope everybody's up for the challenge, and of course, Merry Christmas. You know, enjoy your time with your families if you're able, and stay safe, eat some good food, and hope to see everybody safe and healthy in the new year.
Alderman Jettie.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to thank the voters of Ward 5 for electing me to 4 terms, 8 years, as the Ward 5 Alderman. It's been an honor to serve as their Alderman. And I must say, during the last few months since I announced that I wasn't running, I've received a lot more positive feedback than I ever did during the previous 7 years. Thank you to the mayor and his administrative staff, all the division directors, and all of the city employees. Thanks to the mayor's leadership and all of the employees and all of you, aldermen, I have had the good fortune to serve while the city has been recognized as the best place to live, the best run city, the safest city, and many other awards. So thank you very much for making that possible. My colleagues, thank you for your competence and collegiality. And thank you for the invitation to contact you. So Attorney Bolton, I can talk to them at any time. I can talk to all of them. I'm not going to be limited by 91A. So I'm looking forward to that. So please take my calls when you get them. I will miss you all. Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Alderman Hugh, Alderman Clay, and Alderwoman Kelly.
I'll keep it short, since it is almost literally Christmas Eve. I just wanted to thank everybody on the board. I was actually saying to President Wilshire the other day that this is maybe the longest running group of colleagues, not everybody, but I own my own business. So before that, I think my first agency, I worked for like 5 years. So 8 years with a group of people who challenge you but are thoughtful, and no matter what side we're on, you really learn from each other. So grateful for everybody. Those who are returning, those who are going back out into the city, you know where to find us. And yes, you can email all of us at once if you'd like. Happy holidays, everybody. Happy New Year. One announcement, La Legion Barbershop, along with Sopranos, is doing a free breakfast on Christmas at 15 Main Street from 10 to 12.
Alderman Dowd.
Yes, I just wanted to say Merry Christmas and Happy and Safe New Year to everyone, and look forward to the new board coming in after the first of the year. To the people, the aldermen that are leaving, it was a pleasure working with you. And as was said before, sometimes we don't always agree on things, but we all have a different perspective on things, and that's what makes a good board. So over the last 14 years, 7 terms, I've had a lot of people come and go, and it's always a fresh refresh when you have a new board. So but the people that are leaving, stay in touch, and thank you for your service.
I too would like to thank all of you who are departing, and hope to maybe see you back here someday. It's been very interesting to get to know you and watch how you piece this together, serving your constituents. It's
It's been interesting and it's been good, so thank you all very much. And happy holidays to everyone. The hour is late, I'm brief. Alderman O'Brien.
Thank you. I'm kind of disappointed to come up with this motion.
Oh, wait a minute.
It would have been,
Sorry, I forgot, committee announcements. There will be no personnel meeting on Monday, January 5th, because there's no business. So I don't know that anyone else has any committee announcements. Sorry, Alderman O'Brien.
Oh, that's quite all right.
You're back
I
up.
was just a continued thought.
Inauguration on January 4th.
Oh, yeah, inauguration, be there.
Oh, yeah, Alicia should announce it.
Right. But coming up with this motion, we almost made it a Christmas Eve.
No, we don't
If somebody
have to.
came up and just
We don't
spoke
have
that
to.
wee little bit longer.
No, we don't have to.
She's on the.
Okay.
I think we should end.
All right then, so then let's end it.
Anyone should announce it, that's all.
I would like to make a motion that the December 23rd, 2025 meeting of the Board of Aldermen be adjourned by roll call.
Oh, I forgot roll call. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien.
Yes.
Alderman Gregg.
Yes.
Alderman Moran.
Yes.
Alderman Thibodeau.
Yes.
Alderman Govea.
Yes.
Alderman Lopez.
Christmas nay.
Alderman Sullivan.
Yes, yeah.
Alderman Clemmons.
Yes.
Alderman Senate.
Yes.
Alderman Jettie.
Yes.
Alderman Tebow.
Yes.
Alderman Clee.
Yes.
Alderman Dowd.
Yes.
Alderman Kelly.
Yes, please.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes.
14 yeas, 1 nay.
We are adjourned at 11:54 PM. Thank you and happy holidays, everyone.
Merry Christmas.